Yellow. Happy Friday, nerds. Obligatory yawn to convey my eternal sleepiness. Today is kind of, well, I've been meaning to do this for like a week or two now, where I wanted to test, some games that were having some problems with OBS before, to see if I can figure out which ones still have problems and figure out what the common thread is between them. For example, whether Unity games crash in general, or whether that was just one or two of them. Stuff like that. And Maple wasn't really a game that had a bunch of issues, per se. It has its own issues with itself, but I hadn't really thought about it too much in a while, so I figured I would see if it still drops frames and stuff randomly, which I'm sure it does, because the game itself sometimes drops frames. But we'll see. Depending on how today goes. Oh, there's not anywhere for me to be out of combat. Lame. The other map has that. There we go. 14 specifically, I think is the one that has had the most issues, but something recent in the new patch has made me want to test it again. And so, I'm sure everybody is generally familiar with the Red Moon if they play 14, as some would refer to it. And of course, there is a very popular third-party customization tool, Penumbra. And what I had observed is that if you have Penumbra installed at any time, as well as Reshade, anytime there's a patch, your game black screens until you disable one or both of them, load the game once, and then after that it's fine. But what I find to be kind of odd about that, like, I only realized that it was that specific one pretty recently, maybe like a month ago. Oliver, will you stop screaming? I cannot think my thoughts. But with 14 specifically, I had noticed that it was pretty much ever since the end of Endwalker, it's had a hard time initializing its shaders. And I think that might be the origin. Because there are people who only use Reshade and still had this problem. For me, it just so happened to be a conflict between the two, but it might also just be that some people are using specific shaders that cause problems. So I was like, okay, I guess. But something that was very new is that with this newest patch that added the Deep Dungeon, I didn't have to do anything with Penumbra or the Red Moon to allow it to initialize once before black screen problems. It just worked. So, I don't know what the fuck they fixed, and I don't know who fixed it, but that might have changed how 14 ends up looking on stream, which is nice. If you want to call that meowing, sure. For me, I feel like he's screaming like a 2-year-old. Why are you yelling at the door? has meows. I don't think this is his inside voice. See, my noise gate prevents you guys from having to hear it at full volume. His is not that bad, though. I can tune him out after a while. Mostly because he's 6 years old. And I've had him for all 6 years. And so I can tune out his, like, shrill little whiny voice. Jack, however, I've had for 9 years. And I can't tune him out for shit. Something about the frequency at which he meows reverberates something in my head. And I can't ignore it. Oliver, where'd you go? Are you in the window? Yes. What are you doing? I look over there and he sticks his face out of the curtains halfway. He does not look like he is of this world. Hey. Yes, you have water now. You can drink it. Lately he has decided he only wants to drink water off my desk instead of from his other bowl. So, no. He did not. As for myself, I'm actually not zooted right now, but I am slightly hungover from an edible that I used to sleep last night, and, if anybody ever needed the, hey, perhaps you should consider that there are pros and cons to this, I would say a weed hangover is a pretty good way to do that. They're not bad, but it just kind of makes you feel sleepy. I would take that over being hungover on alcohol any day, though. I have experienced what it's like to go to sleep and wake up still drunk or still zooted, and they're both weird. But I think waking up and still being drunk is a worse feeling by a slight margin as well. It's not... Any of what might have been fun about it has already gone away at that point. And what's left is like... Sir, I cannot think! Why are you yelling so much? Come here. In my personal opinion, I don't think alcohol is particularly worth it. I understand why it's a social thing. And I mean, I've tried being a social drinker before. I've also tried going a little bit further than that with like how much people were consuming during COVID and how much my coworkers wanted to go out to bars and stuff. I don't typically get hungover, and I still don't really find it to be that great of an experience, if I'm being totally honest. Whereas like with THC and CBD and CBG and CBN and all that, I at least understand that for a lot of people those do have benefits. But I don't feel like that exists in the same way for alcohol. Hi, Shandy. Thank you for the raid. What have you been up to? I think that's completely fair. Feeling like you're out of control of your actions and you might make a mistake that affects either you or other people is a very legitimate reason, in my opinion. And that's genuinely why I didn't like consuming alcohol around people I didn't know very well. Because even if I hadn't ever lost control, that doesn't mean I can't ever, you know? And some people are just not pleasant to be around either. I completely agree about being any kind of intoxicated and driving. I don't think that that's a risk anybody should be taking. Because, it's just... even if it doesn't end up hurting anybody, all that does is feed your own bias that, oh, well, it didn't hurt anybody last time, and then you're more likely to do it again. That's like human nature, right? I don't think it's worth it to even roll the dice once. And a lot of the time, if you're like at a bar and you explain to somebody that you don't have a way to get home safely, a lot of the time they will help you or find someone who can. So, yeah. I also don't drive ever anymore, although it's unrelated. I personally will admit that for me, since I don't have a lot of downsides with use of THC, I will use it for pain. But I don't like the way that it staggers my reaction time for things and makes me not super alert. So that keeps me from using it as often as I experience discomfort or pain. But there are some people who function or feel like they function well enough that it doesn't bother them, and I don't know how I feel about that. Yeah, my reason for not driving anymore is, I think it's something I've talked about here before. It's not that I can't at this point. I'm sure that I could. But my relationship with driving is just weird. And a lot has happened. But since a certain event, I don't consider myself to be a safe driver. And because I don't consider myself to be a safe driver, I'm not really willing to roll the dice on me being an unsafe driver on top of other people being unsafe drivers. So, kind of something like that. Maplestory dance guy. Do you mean the maplestory guy? Maplestory. Okay. The first thing I think of is the stupid fish commercials. When Maple started advertising on television for like a couple years. And they were just like, why do you have a fish? Because I can and it's free. It's so stupid. I could see that. For me, I don't process those drinks in a way that results in much of anything. But I've eaten like a special cookie, for example, and those do. If I could get a smaller effect out of something like that, which is what I imagine it's like to drink those drinks and have an effect with them, that would be pretty nice, I think. Guy. That's the first thing Moon thinks of too. I think. Or at least most of the time. He has positive and negative associations with this game, so I'm not actually sure what's first, but he mentions that often enough. The fish commercials do still make me laugh. This little golden octopus, I have very mixed feelings about this golden octopus. So, you kill 300 things, and then you feed this octopus, right? And the rates are right there on the octopus. It has a % chance to succeed, a % chance to fail, and it also has a % chance to flee, but that stays at 0% until I think it's level 9 or something. But you can only feed it 100 times. So if you continue to gamba after losing like a fairly high level on it, there's a good chance that you get garbage. And it's weird to me because the last event that we had gave so many fragments. But now we're back to having to like fist fight in the streets for them. Whatever. None of the things you get from them are like crazy. If you could get it to level 9, which is statistically impossible, you get pretty good rewards, but I don't think I've been able to claim any at level 7. I've only gotten them to 6 at the highest. Even then, it's pretty stingy. Yes. As opposed to fist fighting underground. Anyway, back to the driving thing. My dad, maybe this is why I feel partly the way I do about alcohol, but I've never really analyzed it. I've never needed to. My dad was what my mother would refer to as a functional alcoholic, but in my opinion, there wasn't really much functional about him. He would still go to work, basically. And he worked long hours. Until he wouldn't, basically. He would burn out and then be unable to do anything but sit on the couch and drink for 3 months. So there is a part of me that kind of wonders if that's perhaps where my autism came from. But regardless, my mom thought that he was ADHD and I thought he might have been bipolar, but I haven't thought about it since I was like 18, and obviously my understanding of mental health is a little more expanded now. But basically, he had me drive as early as when I was 7. So not only was I experiencing what it was like to drive before I was old enough to like be home alone, I also, it was courtesy of him that I tried alcohol for the first time at my aunt's wedding. And he thought it would be, I guess, okay slash funny to give me a screwdriver, which is vodka and orange juice for those who are uninitiated. And ordinarily at a wedding, you might give a little kid like champagne, like you might give them a little sip, not a full glass, just a sip, and then call it good. And then in Europe, sometimes people go a little bit further than that. Like maybe they'll give you like basically a shot's worth of champagne if they're your parent. And then they'll keep an eye on you afterwards. For me, throughout that entire thing, I had more than one of them. And all I did was really just like sit quietly. I wasn't really externalizing anything. I don't really remember feeling any type of way other than just that the crowdedness of things still bothered me, but not as much as it normally would have. Exactly. Like, it's completely different if it's like a low alcohol percent wine, the parents are there, it's just a little sip, that kind of thing. But this basically showed me very, very early on that my dad couldn't really make good decisions around me. So I just kind of became a little more wary. I wouldn't take everything that he said as fact after that, basically. Because I understood, at least peripherally, that that wasn't okay. Even if I didn't understand why yet. And then from then on, my older brother would let me drive, like if he was going somewhere, like he wanted to go to the store. He would let me drive while he sat in the passenger seat, which is a little better than what my dad did, which what my dad did was bad. The first instance of my dad letting me drive, my sister was in the car, he was in the car, and I was in the car. Pickup truck. And he had her try driving because she was 15. She was very nervous and kind of drove into a ditch, but not far enough for it to be a problem. And then he gave me an opportunity to, and I did okay, but that's because I wasn't old enough to be anxious about it yet. I didn't realize that I was driving a 2-ton death machine. So it was that same week with my sister there that he was intoxicated while driving and told me to drive. So I don't doubt that that left an impression. Because that I did understand enough to be anxious about, because it wasn't something that had like it wasn't a request. It was more like a demand. And I think if he had been in his right mind, I don't think he ever would have done that, but I saw him less and less in his right mind throughout the years, so that's still rolling the dice, in my opinion. So, anyway, I spent enough time with my brother, and him letting me drive up through about 15 that I was an okay driver by that point. And then my mom basically said that she didn't really want to put me on her insurance and to not do driver's ed yet. So I was like, it's kind of just there on the curriculum for this grade. I can't really change that. And she was like, okay, fine. But I'm not signing off on insurance, so you can't actually drive. Like, you can't actually get a proper license. You can get a permit. And I was like, okay. So I did that. And I ended up getting pulled from driver's ed for attendance. I got pulled out of that and one other class for being, like, absent a lot due to being sick. And I got a lot of shit at first from some of my teachers about that, and then when I proved that there was a legitimate reason for it using medical records, they were like, oh. And none of them really admitted that they were the asshole in that situation. I have a lot of respect for teaching as a profession, but I think that I didn't get very many good teachers in my educational years. And I don't think it's just the region I was in, it's just I recognize that some of them weren't there because they wanted to be good teachers, I guess. Or perhaps the students they wanted to be good teachers to were a very specific kind of student. Like, they had in their head what they wanted teaching to look like. Oh my gosh. That would freak me out too. Parking is something I don't like doing either. Like, even now, if I'm absolutely given no choice, I can still do, like, interstate driving. I don't like town driving. I would prefer not to. But, like, having to navigate a space with a bunch of other cars in it, makes me anxious. And then, parking. Parking is like that, but more, basically, for me. I've never hit anything while parking, but there are definitely situations where I was not comfortable parking, where I was forced to. But I'll get there. So, you know, I just kept driving without a license whenever I had to, which was something even my mom had me do. It was Oliver. He has been yelling today. And then in basically the first living situation I had outside of my home state, so like I moved to live with my then significant other. I got into a really whack accident. He does have zoomies. Zoomies are good, though. He needs the exercise. He's not unhealthy by any means, but I want him to stay active. So I was 19, got into an accident. It was because snow chains broke when going through the Cascades, and my car slid underneath a trailer being pulled behind an 18-wheeler. Well, I say pulled behind, but I should say, like, part of an 18-wheeler, because that is where some of the wheels come from. Anyway, I and my passenger were both kind of just like, oh, well, there's nothing we can do. And upon realizing there was nothing that we could do, we both just threw ourselves into the floorboard. I've been told multiple times that having manual seats was probably something that preserved my quality of life, if not saved my life. So, lore, I guess. And, the driver of the truck was... I don't know how it looked from his perspective, but it can't have looked good because he kind of just walked over and, like, hesitated for a second, and then just the first thing out of his mouth was just, "Is anybody alive?" And we were both like, "Yeah, alive, just stuck." And I feel really bad for him, like, more than I feel for myself in that situation, because what do you even do? That probably traumatized him for life, at least in some capacity. And he didn't even do anything wrong. But I didn't think I had any issues with driving after that. I did have a long recovery period. I had to do physical therapy, which people said would be a waste of time because they said I wouldn't be able to walk. That wasn't true. I can walk fine. I understand why they said it, but I don't think they should have said it the way that they said it. Because there are people who would have believed that and who would have missed their window for having complete recovery. But anyway, I didn't drive for about 4-ish years after that, and the next time that I drove was in Japan. In Japan, everybody drives slower because the speed limits are lower. I felt a little boxed in, like, a little claustrophobic driving in Japan. The lanes are narrower and stuff. And then, I kind of just wrote it off as being uncomfortable with that. And then I came back to the States, and I realized that I have panic attacks when I drive. And I was like, oh, that's not good. And they're not like wheezing panic attacks, they're like dissociation, which is why I consider myself to not be a safe driver currently. But in another of my former relationships, the dad of my ex wanted me to start driving again, and so initially he paid for me to have a couple sessions with a driving instructor, which I was okay with. The driving instructor themselves basically just said that I'm a very good driver, but I need to acquire a lot more experience so that I am less anxious. And he didn't know about my history, so to him it just came across as nervousness, which was interesting at the time. And then after that, though, that person's dad basically was of the opinion that I should just get over it, and the best way to make me get over it was to be his personal chauffeur. And so he would make me drive him around town and, like, to the post office and stuff. I hated the post office in that town so much. It was one-way entry, and then The parking lot itself was really only big enough for one row of cars to park, but they had it on both sides, of course. So it's like an entry, and then you would turn left, and you would go around in a sort of U shape for all the parking spots, and then you would leave on that same side, but in a different little divot. So basically, it was like, it felt like an obstacle course with people backing out of their spots constantly and not processing what's going on around them while they're doing so. I hated that so much. And of course, since it's a post office, it's only open for limited hours a day. And so it was very busy, and they didn't really have enough parking spots. If it were up to me, I actually would have parked across the street or like at a different nearby business and walked over there. It was that bad. And after a while of doing that, it stressed me out to the point where I started stopping at green lights occasionally. And that was where I drew the line, where I wasn't willing to be pressured into it anymore. Because pressure or not, it goes beyond just like distracted driving. Because if I was alone and I had like a panic attack, I would shake, but I was still capable of following the rules of the road and paying attention to things around me. And I think one of the things that started causing those panic attacks in the first place was trying to process every piece of information in my vicinity. Like, keep track of what every single car is doing. And I don't think anybody can do that. So there was also stuff that he thought was perfectly okay to do while driving. Like, you know how gas stations have on either side of the pump, usually there's a place for you to park your car and pump your gas? Usually there's like 2 rows, so technically there's an interior row and an exterior. And it would be 2 cars in the interior and 2 cars on the exterior. Basically, with 2 cars on the interior, so there's just a very narrow space, he was perfectly okay with taking his BMW 7 Series, which is wide as fuck. Picture a Lincoln Town Car if you don't know what I'm talking about. This shit is huge. And he would just drive between them, where there's like an inch of clearance between his mirrors and their mirrors on both sides. And I'm just like, I'm never doing that. You cannot make me do that. That's not gonna happen. It's just not gonna happen. I also drove a tiny bit many years later in New Hampshire on some of the roads that just don't have many people on them. I think if I didn't have all the issues that I have with driving now, I would have really liked driving there because they're wiggly little hilly roads, back roads through like pretty autumn trees. Just in general, driving there was very pretty. But I would have had to live there a lot longer for me to start doing it more often because the police there are pretty crazy. Like, they're not great in most places, but the police in New Hampshire, most of them are trained in the same town, and the way that they're trained in that town is... it's very not good. They will follow you for like 30-40 minutes just to see if you mess up on anything. Because they don't have anything better to do. And they are known for being violent with people without reasonable cause, which I feel like that's kind of become the case in most places now, but this was during the Phantom Menace's first term, where at least some people still had some sense. But, yeah. Anyway. Oh, my foot. Contextually speaking, I think there were a lot of good opportunities for me to potentially reclaim driving, but a lot of the time the situations in which I would be able to do so don't last very long. I could have tried reclaiming it while I was living in my hometown, but the people there drive kind of crazy, and the infrastructure didn't grow at the same pace the town did. So, with that, there's too many cars trying to share too little roadway, and it does lead to people doing some unhinged things, like pulling into the shoulder to go around people, which you're not supposed to ever do. And it's a lot of the same stuff that's wrong with people driving in California. So I'm like, whatever. I might reclaim it if I live in the middle of nowhere again sometime. Like if I move back up to the Pacific Northwest. I can go to some middle of fucking nowhere town and take my test there so that I can at least have a license. But what I'm noticing is when I was a kid, it was unheard of for people my age to not have a driver's license. Basically as soon as they were able to get one. And part of that is like parents wanting to be able to send their kids to do errands or like take their little siblings or whatever out for things so they can finally have a break. But in my case, my mom only had one child anyway. I have half-siblings. I have a lot of half-siblings, but I was her only child. So from her perspective, she wasn't responsible for more. And it wasn't a matter of like, oh, well, if I pay this insurance, then I get a bunch of my time back. So, it just never came up. Overall, though, I find it kind of funny that, in spite of everything, my mother and I are in some ways similar drivers. We're both very smooth with our stops, for example. So on the occasions that I have still driven, if my passenger is asleep, they tend to stay asleep. That kind of thing. So it's little things like that that make me go, well, if I ever do reclaim it, I'm sure I'll do fine. Provided that I'm not in an environment that causes me to panic. But as to whether or not there are things that still make me panic, I don't know. I have no idea yet. Because I don't think I would be able to reclaim it while living here. I have done a lot here. Oh, I did my 3K cluster already. I do still need to go back here. Admittedly, though, as much as I would like to have the convenience of being able to drive at times, I also acknowledge that I kind of like the... Oh my goodness, Jack. What were you doing under there again? Get away. Go away. He could have turned my computer off at any time. That little scamp. I lost my train of thought. It's good. Sponsor. I'm actually gonna be right back a minute. I loot all the things in this map right quick. So many things. I was thinking the other day, it's kind of funny that they've never changed the sound of looting items. They also haven't changed the sound of dropping items either. There are many things they've changed about this game over the years, but those sound effects have not changed. Some sound effects in the game have, just not those. I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. Yeah. Someone was calling it a spear the other day, but a fountain pen is, I think, a cool interpretation of it. I haven't looked too closely at it myself. One thing I appreciate about the new Deep Dungeon weapons, though, is how high quality the textures on them are. They're not blurry anywhere, they don't look low quality at all. So even if somebody doesn't necessarily like how their weapon turned out, it's still a step forward in terms of overall quality, if that makes sense. Like, the warrior axe looks so clean. And with reshade on, you can really enjoy all of the effort they put into the lighting and textures and stuff of the Deep Dungeon itself. It's just a little too washed out, I think, for most people to have that takeaway when looking at it without any reshade. Yeah, I did notice that they do not seem to have any kind of upgrade to them. My Aether pool is sitting at 99 for armor, and I think like probably 75 or 80 on arm now. It was 30 apart at one point. Typical Deep Dungeon. But I was curious to see how they would change later, and then they didn't change, and I was like, huh. I don't know how to feel about it, but maybe that's why we're getting weapons from the collab event. Like, maybe they decided to do that instead. It might also be possible that if people raise enough of a stink, maybe they will also consider doing that for later. I believe you're correct. Though, I will admit, if it is this way, shouldn't they be cheaper? Yeah, they changed between blue and red for the lighting on them. The only ones that have like a really significant change are the Palace of the Dead ones, which in a way is kind of what makes them special. And they didn't necessarily plan on that from the start, because the Kino weapons were added later for Palace of the Dead. They went from having white as the primary color and then like an accent color. For some of them, they were... Like, I think the Machinist Palace weapon is, white gun with blue accent, like very light blue. I think some of them have yellow, and red. They were very simplistic. Yeah, I know, I'm making the comparison though. Because, I mean, at first glance, it looks like they put a lot of effort into the Palace of the Dead ones compared to everything else, but... I mean, they're just whited out silhouettes with an accent color for the basic, Pajali weapon. And then for Kina, it's red with the same particle effects on each weapon. And because of how the crunchiness of the particles look, you don't have to really make the weapon underneath super complicated. So I would say, even though I don't like the way the Heaven on High weapons look, I think even those are a little bit more detailed than the Palace of the Dead ones in that sense. Like, not by a ton. I think they're both lower effort compared to the later two deep dungeons, but yeah. Yeah. And I mean, I like the Kino weapons. They're an example of how simple can still be really good. But... I don't know. Oh boy, a Mega Burning that I have nothing to use it on. Okie dokie. I did those dailies without using my drop familiars or drop tickets. I'm a bozo. Some of them are awkward. They don't look like the model underneath was really designed for the type of effect that was put on top of it. I think some weapon types in 14 are also just really hit and miss. So, Arcanist books are definitely one of the ones that they can look really good sometimes and really bad sometimes. Sage weapons are also in that category, and I think in some ways it's exacerbated by them having less weapons overall because of being a newer job. Picto has less weapons the way that Sage does, but it has a few that are really very stylized, which Sage doesn't have as many of. So take for example the Eden, the E12 Pictomancer weapon, where on the palette it's black and it has a little flower made out of paint on it for you to dye whatever color you want. The brush itself is not as good looking as it could be, but the dye channels on it are really good, and the way that the overall vibe of the weapon is when you look at the whole thing is what I would consider to be a good one. Maybe. Though... We have a handful that are creative. Like, if you look at the concept, like, the overall concept of them is flexible. It just feels like they don't have good ideas for them very often. The bug-wing ones are good, although it depends on what you pair them with, because they don't really die well. The Dawn Meg ones I still use because they have very good dye channels. The ones from, I think it was Catesis, are the little blow dart peacock feathers. We got a second set of those somewhere, like a crafted version of them. There's the cutlery one. That's really expensive because it's the map joke weapon. I do think that with regards to the FRU weapons, Sage kind of walked away with one of the best designs. I think Viper would have given it a run for its money if they had just done one light sword and one dark sword, instead of trying to make each one half light, half dark. I have no idea why they decided to do it that way. That's true, but they've made wider ones. There's the ones from the Garlemald dungeon that are like little blowtorches. They're pretty wide. I feel like they don't have to be as limited as they've decided to be, I suppose. And then of course there's the option to just make them everyday objects and have them not be 4 identical objects. They've gone non-symmetrical, non-identical with FRU and with the cutlery, I think. Because I think the cutlery alternates. I remember seeing a mod for Sage that turns all of their Nuliths into HD chicken nuggets. I would never use it, but it looked pretty funny. I haven't found any that I really like for mods. Like, Sage in general just doesn't have good mods. There's VFX mods that look nice, but they're a little too extra. To the point where if you're used to how you want to balance your, like, if you're used to using your audio cues and other things to make decisions, then it's kind of weird to switch between them. Oh, the dildo newlifts. I did see those. I was just like, oh. As somebody who played Saints Row and used the dildo bat from time to time, I mean, can't really judge anybody for it. I can think it's stupid all I want, but I can't really judge them. I currently do something with my warrior VFX that's like half the normal animations and half pulled from an ice one, so it's like fire and ice. I got nothing against being extra. Y'all have seen me use my stupid Virgil teleport, where your character just whips out the fucking sword and slashes a hole in space-time and walks through the Virgil portal to teleport. Like, I don't mind extra, but I still need to be able to see my screen. That's true. I did finally watch that movie, courtesy of Jin. He did a watch night for it at one point, and I did finally watch it. I think it's pretty good. I understand why people like it. I'm not the best at keeping up with movies. That doesn't mean that I don't enjoy them sometimes, but I would say that that was a very good movie. And I have, like,
probably a shorter list of movies I would consider really good that are also funny, I will admit. No. I don't do that with shows or movies, but I've been invested in them from time to time. I don't think there's anything else I want from here. Oh, I see. Yeah, I could just buy flames and be disappointed. Oh, I can buy one more. Oh, look at that. Yeah. I don't know what I'm gonna flame though. During the last maintenance, there was a really funny bug where if you were trying to flame something and you disconnected at some point, you just couldn't flame anything anymore. It's just like, oh, alrighty. Another one was if you hovered over any items associated with Ifya, you would DC. And I'm just like, where do these bugs come from, man? I know it's spaghetti code, but like, that's a really creative bug. In my opinion, at least. I don't know if I should fish for T7 magic attack on this, because it does have the boss damage roll on it. I used to. I used to by virtue of the people around me doing so. It's not that I don't still enjoy it either. It's just I'm not. I can't even really say I'm not a person with free time, but a lot of my free time is focused on like finding a new job and stuff. So I'm trying not to watch much in the way of like anime or K-dramas that I might binge for like 2 days. But I also just take long breaks. And that'll do it. That'll do it. I could get a better flame on this, I'm sure. Bonus stats, there we go. Yeah, some kind of all stat roll and either int or magic attack. I could do that. Let's try. I mean, it makes sense. This new UI is a lot better. Damn. Unlucky. Yeah. Still unlucky. There's 4% all. Really? 16 int makes that much of a difference? That's stupid. Whatever. I'm gonna keep trying. Maybe it's because the attack power technically counts toward my combat power. Oh, that's stupid. I don't like that. It doesn't show me my damage change, though. It just shows me my combat power change, which is not helpful in this case. Oh my goodness. Okay, given that context, I'm just gonna say that this is not gonna be super reasonable for me to get a better flame on right now. Just because Golux items get such low flame stats to begin with. I saw this and I was like, well, that's crappy because it's only 32 int, and then I was like, oh, it's another Golux item. That's true. It's probably not gonna get any better. 5% all, 68, 109. It's such a big number. I don't think any of those are bad. Well, that's useless. Gollix item or not. No. No. Better than nothing. Ew. 3 magic attack is very slightly worth more combat power than 16 int. How interesting. I just want 2 useful things, okay? I don't think it's gonna happen though. Ugh, it feels stupid taking one of those reduced level requirement ones. The other ones are technically better. Can't do that to any rings. Ooh, that's not a bad flame. 80 int and 6 magic attack. Could be better, but it's not bad by any means. Fine. I guess I fish for something I won't get. 10% boss damage, you say? No. It's tier 5 magic attack. That's fine. I'm eventually gonna liberate anyway, and that's gonna replace my weapon. So there's not even really any benefit in me fishing for that. Hexa. What is my next Hexa thing to do? Let me go look at my little chart. There we go, Hexa for Battle Mage. Ew! So I have those. And I did that, and I did that. I did those. So now I should be raising my origin skill to 9 and then aura scythe to 10. Okay. Although it's weird that it has me raise altar so late, given that Scouter says you get so much final damage from it. Oh my, 45. Okay. So if I did my mountain, I could raise that to 6 now. And then it would probably take me like a week to get that to level 9.
Let's see. Actually, that chart led me to believe that Abyssal is also a pretty decent FD increase. Something I did find kind of interesting. So the way final damage works in this game is it's basically a measurement of the total increase that something gives you. This grid for 6th job is basically, for most classes, it's between like 70 and 100% extra damage if you just maxed the whole thing. But for some character classes, it's a lot of upfront damage. So like, you could invest 3,000 of these little fragments into leveling these skills up and get more than like half of your total final damage boost from 6th job, as opposed to playing another class that maybe you would need 3 times that to gain the same final damage. A lot of them are weighted heavily towards your first few points in some things. But for Battle Mage, apparently, where I'm at right now is about half the final damage that they get from their grid, which I thought was very interesting. Because the community hasn't listed out the final damage gains for each per point increase for this class. They've done it for other classes, but not this one. So it's just interesting to me. Like, it's not necessarily always useful data, but I like data. Data fun. Data interesting. Let's see. Oh, right. So I would want to do a little bit of light bossing and to do high mountain then, and then cube some stuff. Go back to Cernium. Okie dokie. I guess I should use more buffs. One of these I didn't click very well. Okay, there. Oh, did that. I do kind of wish that 14's FC perks were a little more consequential. Like, I don't necessarily think they should try to make you feel forced to be a part of a community, although to some extent housing kind of already does that. I think it would be nice if level 3 skills were a bit more accessible in 14. Among other things. Like, there's a lot of little things that would bring more value to different stuff. And in my opinion, they're not really taking full advantage of that. In general, I think 14 is kind of lacking in community features, and I don't think I've been particularly shy about that opinion. So I don't think that's really anything new coming from me, but I do think the upcoming raid planner is a nice step towards taking something that the community already does and wants and making it a core in-game feature. There will be people who prefer to use mods over the vanilla experience, but by making it a standard feature, they're inviting console players to have access to this quality of life, which is really nice. And planning out who gets what in terms of drops in a static environment is like a 20-year-old task. Like, we've been doing this for decades now. Literally decades. So, it's great that they're bringing things a little more into the future. Especially being a cross-platform game. Like, they have to start upping their game in terms of quality of life. Hi, Zoon! Happy Friday! How's it going? That's nice. Oh my god. My yawn got caught. Like it got stuck in my throat. Big number. I don't even pay attention to those. This character really needs a unit damage skin where it just shows like how many billions you do with like a B next to it. But I haven't claimed one on this character from any of the events because I don't know. I like the Angelic Buster one. He puts little stars. I have a lot of damage skins, but oh, they moved them. They're like in here now. I think. Yeah. Yeah, I have lots of damage skins, but a lot of them don't look very good. Like this is the one I'm using right now. And the bottom numbers are if you crit. So after a certain point, you will always crit. Like you'll get 100% crit on every class. So you won't see those top numbers anymore. But like these are little mochi balls, little steam buns. And I'm just like, they don't look that great to me. They aren't real. This one is weird because it only has one look in its display. It definitely does have a non-crit look to it. This one I tried for a really long time to get it. Oh, I know what it is. It's that for non-crits, they look the same, but they're smaller for those two skins. But yeah, I spent a long time trying to get this one because it matches my class's skills. And by the time I finally got it, I was just like, whatever. This one turns all your damage into question marks. Which, I have a few that are like that. There's this one. There's one that turns it into music bars. There's one that turns it into musical notes. There's one that turns it into mathematical symbols. There's also one that makes them completely invisible. So like there's no damage whatsoever, which I can see the value in that. Phantoms is kind of boring. It's math symbols. This one's cute. This is the non-crit version. The critting version turns the pink into more of a red. I also can't read that music. I can read some music, but I can't read that music. This one's okay. This one looks pretty good in practice. The colors are more vibrant for crits. I don't really like that one. 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 I don't like that one. This one, they're colored. The numbers are colored chalk for crits, I'm pretty sure. That one is very hard to read. I have that on some of my alts. It is just very hard to read. Ew. I've used this one before. They turn pink when you crit. This one I always liked. There used to be a class in game that was based on space, and it was a gun user, and it would do like black holes and stuff, and it literally got deleted from the game. But I used to use this on that. I don't like this one. It's hard to read. Transparent. This is the old event one.
This one's cute. I still think it's cute, but I haven't found a character I want to use it on. I'll go and practice. I'll go. Can't read. Can't read. I used this one for a really long time. And then, this one looks okay. Anyone can get this one for free by doing a quest. What? I'ma die. I died at an inconvenient time. That made my skill not do damage. Oh, I get it now. You're commenting on the space theme. Yes. Space. Yeah. At this point, I've used that as a handle for so long that I'm kind of just like, huh? Anytime someone says it. Although, for my birth name, I don't have that same reaction. It's been so long since I used it for anything. Like I moved away from it pretty much immediately when I was like 12. So somebody says my real name, like well, I say real, but it's really not anymore. The one I was assigned at birth. I just kind of like go, yeah, whatever. Unless somebody says it in like an angry tone, then I'm like, huh? I guess that's part of why I don't use it. This was always used negatively before. I tried reclaiming it, and I don't like it. It doesn't make me feel good, so I'm still shopping around for what I want to replace it with. Oh my god. So many bees. It used to be that when this content was new, and even years later, certain summon skills, like this is a summon skill for example, I just use it and now it attacks things next to it, would lag the shit out of it to the point where you thought you had DC'd, but it would eventually stop when things stopped spawning. It was really bad. It took them so long to fix it. It does seem to be completely fixed now, though. Oh, yeah. It does feel weird, doesn't it? There's also some people who, like, their way of showing people that they're acknowledging them as people is, like, when they talk to a service worker or, like, a retail worker. And they use the name on their name tag in every sentence, like... I know what they're trying to do, but everybody has a different feeling about their govy. So I recognize that not everyone feels weird about it, but I feel weird about it. That doesn't build rapport with me. That makes me want to go somewhere else. That makes me go, ew, you're not supposed to know who I am at work. If I'm at work, I'm just earning my paycheck. Go away. I don't want to necessarily be an individual at work. I just want to do my work and leave. And it doesn't mean I'm not friendly towards coworkers. I usually am, but like... There's a saying that's like, coworkers are not your friend, and I understand how that could come across as jaded, but there are some things that you just shouldn't share with your coworkers. And the less they know about me, the less likely that is to happen. But also just like, I want to be able to focus on what I need to get done, and then I want to fuck off and go do the things that the job is facilitating. So, like, I'm not somebody who works for a sense of purpose. I don't gain really anything from that. I do get to have some slight socialization out of it, usually. And that's fine. I could take it or leave it. Um, I think the most significant social aspect is that it gives me new anecdotes to share, so I'm not always telling the same 5 stories. Not that I do, but it gives you new things to talk about with the people who you do talk to. Because they're new experiences. But outside of that, I don't care that much. I care about doing a good job because that's how I am as a person. But I don't see building a bunch of relationships, especially with customers, as being super important to me unless it's like a sales job. But then why would I ever take a sales job as an autistic person? That's just asking for trouble. So I don't know. To me, there's nothing disingenuous about it per se, like by default. But I just don't get anything out of it. Like that doesn't there's no reason for me to want to do that for myself. Cause I don't get anything out of it. Oh my god, of course it disappeared right when I wanted to do my thing. Oh. Damn. I have been stricken with a status effect. On you. Get out of here. Oh no, I touched it again. That's kind of what I want, but it's like you can't necessarily shop with that in mind when you're job hunting. It's kind of just something you luck into. Because you never know exactly how hands-on something's gonna be or not. I would say I was able to use my phone frequently enough when I started doing receiving at my retail job because I did need to use my phone occasionally to communicate about new arrivals and stuff, because after a certain point, physically getting up and going and telling somebody that there's a delivery they need to come sign for is very inefficient. But in terms of any time I was on the sales floor or anything, I had to just pretend my phone did not exist. Granted, if I was gonna go out onto the sales floor and just like fold clothes, which I did do to kill time sometimes when there's just not a lot to do, I would just make the store look nice. At that point, you can kind of put your phone on the folding table so you can look at it if you wanted to. Or if it's like not busy, you could put an earbud in and listen to something on like YouTube. What I did do, I didn't do that on the sales floor because I guess I was considered very approachable. So it wouldn't really have gone over very well. But I did sometimes print shirts or like print designs on the clothes, which is a very warm job, as you'd imagine, because the printing table that you're using is like 400 degrees. I was considered one of the better people at doing so, but I was also considered to be necessary in my other positions. So I only really got to do this when they were taking my immunocompromised status into consideration briefly after COVID, or when it was like pretty late and the store was kind of slow in the off season. I would just go up and print shirts, or sometimes they would ask me to print shirts at like the start of the day. Those were good days. Those were really good days, because apart from it just being hot up there, you could just sit there and listen to like video essays and chill and mostly be left alone, which was nice. But my boss's boss considered me to be both good at that and good at redoing the store's mannequins. So there were days where she would tell me that she just wanted me to fix all the store windows with new merchandise. And how that works is you just go look at all the new merchandise, like mostly from memory, but in my case, because I did receiving, I also had access to the invoices so I could see what was new. You just go around and act kind of like a shopping for full outfits, and then you would take everything out of a mannequin window and redo it. So you would make the mannequins kind of like if you're doing like a beach setup, you might add some surfboards or skimboards for like the kid mannequins, and then dress them up in new stuff, hopefully without flinging body parts everywhere, because putting a mannequin back together after it falls apart, they're heavy as shit. Nobody tells you that. They're really heavy. And eventually they did this thing where they put these like half walls behind the mannequins so you could decorate the entire wall behind them, but it also meant you needed to use a step ladder and like climb over the thing just to get back there. I would have to take a step ladder in there with me to get back out. And this is a 2-story store, so redoing all the mannequins was like a whole day long project, even though I worked doubles. So I would just be working on that all day. And I was smart about it because during the middle of the day when it was really hot to be in the windows, I would do all the like gathering all the materials and plotting out the designs. And then as soon as the sun would set, I would do them all. But it was one of those things where basically just everybody leaves you alone, which was really nice. And a lot of the time, what my direct boss would do is she would give me long projects, like to redo a section of the store or something, which for me was very chill. It really just meant make everything look nice, display all the new merchandise, prioritize things correctly. Sometimes that would mean like ripping out all of the infrastructure of like an entire corner and redoing it, so pulling out all the hooks and doing a completely different setup. It was just enough to keep my brain kind of active for how long I was working, but the overall result was that it made the store look nice, so it was a mutually beneficial arrangement, I suppose. And it never bothered me to just kind of be chill in my own little corner, doing whatever work. It's not like I never finished it. Like, there was never a time where I just never finished my work. So they didn't really consider me to be an untrustworthy person to just not bother supervising. But part of that is because I didn't openly use my phone. So there was a time where I basically took a nap, though, in a closet. It happened twice, actually. I was supposed to be sorting through a lot of merchandise that was in a big old closet that people hadn't dealt with in a while because we were getting ready for inventory. So I was like, okay. The other one, I was doing inventory in the primary stock room, and I fell asleep for like 15 minutes. Very uncommon for that to happen. But the upstairs stock room was the real place to take a nap, because it was just shirts in packages. So it's not like you were being unhygienic if you did lay on a pile of shirts, because they were in packaging. And we would have to unpackage them, fold them, and then put them in for printing. And then when they were done being printed, then they would finally go out to the sales floor and be refolded again. So no one would ever have experienced anything negative from somebody falling asleep in the upstairs stockroom, and I wouldn't have blamed anybody for taking a nap in there. That was another random job I had to do sometimes at that job. Was unpacking merchandise from outside, but what would happen is they would unpack all the boxes. Like, they would bring all the boxes in from FedEx, and if it was t-shirts, it would just all get stacked up on the stairs. And our job, usually 2 of us at a time, we would have to open those and then just yeet all of the shirt packs all the way to the upstairs stockroom, and then we would just have this giant ball pit full of your shirts, and reorganize the upstairs stockroom to make them fit every time. It was also a full day job. And so when people talk about retail and how hard my retail job must have been, it was at times. And at other times, it was very much not. I'm gonna use my origin skill because I don't like this boss. It means I won't have it for the last boss, though. I'll just stand here and wait for my regular burst to come back. But, overall, the only really hard things about that job were people who managed other people from an emotional place instead of from a place of, like, professionalism, which was a thing that happened. I had 2 managers that were like that. So the first one didn't like me at first, but he came to like me a lot shortly before he left working there. He was going to school at the time to become a hairstylist. And from the work that I saw him do for some of my coworkers, he was really good at it too. So we were all happy for him when he graduated, but like, he was a very, very catty person to me at first. And then he, after a while, realized that like, I take nothing personally in the work setting. And he was just like, oh, I don't mind that so much. My immediate supervisors, like my actual manager, was a person who mostly was very compassionate until after COVID stuff happened, and then she kind of slowly just got angrier and busier and just, yeah. She didn't do a good job of making me feel like my job was secure during the 2nd year that I worked there, although her boss did, because she would still give me tasks that were like, she couldn't trust people to do them. So I thought that was interesting because I always thought that she didn't like me either at first, because she interpreted my actions the way one would have interpreted a neurotypical person doing the same things. And I think after a while, both of them just kind of acknowledged that that was not my intent. But who can say? Eventually, though, my boss's boss had me set up an entire new store along with like a few other people, and she just gave me the whole fucking upstairs to do in that place. And that was a really big store. The upstairs was about as big as an entire Walmart. So that was also all the brand name clothes and all the bathing suits. So those were the things that, like, as a beach store, were important. So that was really nice. I basically just spent that entire time listening to Unsolved Mysteries on my phone while I did the entire bikini wall. I also had to do all the mannequins in that store as well, and boy were there a lot. There were 77 windows. The store I was used to doing had like 35, 36. So it took a while, but I got paid for 2 hours more than what I was actually working while I was doing that. Very good opportunity. Because I was basically being paid for the commute. But because the bridge was out in my hometown, the commute to my normal store was just as long as this other commute. So it really didn't change very much, which was nice. And then, of course, I got paid for all of the doubles and overtime and extra days that I worked. She told me that if I wanted to work 7 days, I could. I said I would stay at 6 days just to give people a chance, like, give people a break from having to drive me there. And to not make them feel like they had to work 7 days as well. And she understood. But that was basically the last project that I had there before I had to take an entire month off when my former roommate got basically fired from her second job. How do I even describe it? Basically, my two roommates were originally my coworkers. Risky, I know. But my living situation at the time was like, it wouldn't have been a downgrade even if it was bad. One of them left to go work at FedEx. And the other one left to go work for Z-Trip. And I don't know how their business things work elsewhere, but I definitely recommend not working for them. Welcome back, Shandy. Like, let me just explain their terms, and you tell me if you think this is trustworthy. So, we have... Oh yeah, I have to kill some stuff to get... Okay. Let me get my drop rate in order. Okay, drop rate buffs are good. Do that and turn that off and change that to that. Okay. So the Z-Trip conditions. So everyone is familiar by this point in time with taxis and with rideshare services. So like Uber, Lyft, and there's also some that are aimed at helping elderly or disabled individuals get to their doctor's appointments, and so they have different stipulations and stuff. Which makes sense because, you know, you're working with a clientele that is inherently more vulnerable. So what's interesting is one of my roommates actually ended up picking up hours doing that because they weren't making enough via Uber and FedEx. But the other one, she decided to quit her retail job before the other person left for FedEx. Because she basically felt like she could make more money doing this other thing. And we were like, okay. And she said she was going to go do a seminar for it and let us know how it was. So, her understanding, especially because her car had basically broken down and then refused to start one morning when we were making our way to work. She saw this as like, oh, well, I can have another car to drive if I do this. And she wasn't really looking at buying a new used car, which I think would have been a better avenue than this. But at the time, she was also somebody who avoided having a proper bank account because of some past debt. I didn't know the details about that, so I'm not gonna make a snap judgment on it. I can understand not wanting to be on the grid for any reason, but anyway. So, she tells us the deal is that
the car that you receive is maintained by the company. There's like a weekly maintenance that is performed, as well as they take care of things like oil changes, and they also take care of insurance. So you don't pay separately for those things, they're just included. And I think she saw that and thought about how expensive that was for her previously and didn't think too much about the rest. But basically, what you do is every week you have to pay a certain amount to use the car. And then everything else that you make after that is money that you keep. And at first I was like, alright, well that depends on how much money you have to make in order to start making money, if that makes sense. And when she told us the amount, that's where we were consciously kind of just like, oh. So the amount of money that you have to make with them before you start earning money that's yours is $500 damn a week. And if you've ever taken a Lyft or an Uber in the United States, it's not too uncommon for a ride to add up to about $30 or so. So in theory, sure, every 4 or so trips you make, maybe you would earn $100. But you're also allowed to drive this car as your personal car as long as you stay up on those payments. You're not working towards owning the car, by the way. So I was like, well, okay, but wouldn't it be similarly beneficial to just purchase a newer used vehicle and be making car payments on it? Or even just lease a car? Because, yeah, while it simplifies things to go with what they're offering, you could be putting that money towards owning something. And you can also choose your own hours a little more effectively, and you don't have to feel like you have to work as many hours to be able to cover your car payment, because when you think about it, you could probably get a car payment that's maybe like 300, maybe 250 or 300 on a used vehicle. And then that's per month, though, is the thing. That would be 250 to 300 or even $350 per month, not per week. So it is infinitely cheaper for you to just get your own replacement vehicle, is it not? And I understand that, like, getting a loan for being able to purchase a car, if you wanted to purchase through not a dealership, might not be feasible. But generally speaking, a lot of car companies will approve you for financing even if you have a negative record, because, well, they still make money off of you either way. And sometimes the car gets repossessed as a result of it, so it's not like they lose a whole lot. Exactly, you do eventually get to just keep the car, if that happens. And so I think you can buy cars from them directly if they've been in service for a certain amount of time. But the amount that you're paying every week doesn't go towards you owning the vehicle, which I think is kind of insane. It would be interesting if it was like, oh, you pay $500 a week until the car is paid off, and then after that you pay a flat fee for insurance and maintenance. That would be different. That would still be exorbitant, but it would be a very fast way for a person who can afford it to be able to pay off a car. But you're paying it off in a circumstance that doesn't even benefit your credit. So, like, if your goal is to rebuild your credit at the same time, well, you're not doing that. So it's just,
I don't. It's very common knowledge that you should never go to a dealership alone. And I think that that is very good advice. Even if the person you bring with you isn't a lawyer, doesn't necessarily have any, like, knowledge, you just have them bring a briefcase and dress nicely, and you just introduce them by their name. And you don't give any further context. 9 out of 10 times, a used car salesman will behave considerably better under those circumstances. A clipboard is a good idea, especially if they like are actively writing things down, like taking notes for you, because having notes is just useful. But I'll take, for example, my other roommate. My other roommate had really bad credit because he had a car payment that he was not always on time with, and he also was not on time with other things. And he had like a little baby credit card with Capital One that he made some mistakes with. Typical stunted 23-year-old things, basically. Like, he was young, didn't have anybody teaching him how to manage his finances, and then on top of that, he also had a bit of a developmental delay. This was right around the time where they started acknowledging that ADHD is technically also a learning disability. So he was a perfect candidate for do not let him go to the dealership alone. But the fact that this worked out the way that it did should have told her that there shouldn't have been any issue with her getting a new car loan. Oh, 100%. Especially the high APR cards. You really have to know how to use those to your advantage, or you might as well just stay away from them and build your credit in other ways. But anyways, he went to the dealership at one point because his $400 car payment was beyond what he could comfortably pay for, and his car was also starting to have a couple of issues with it, which, in my opinion, most of those issues came from him not taking the best care of it. But it might also be the case that he didn't whatchamacallit, he didn't take good care of it, but at the same time, some aspects of new cars just aren't made as well as they used to be. So there's that, and then on top of that, the Florida heat. So I get it, but also it was still a relatively new car. It was basically last year's model when he initially got it. So it was only max 1 or 2 years old when he first got that car. So anyway, he goes to the dealership and he talks to somebody there, and somehow this guy, he goes to the dealership alone, even though we told him not to. Literally every one of us offered to go with him. Every roommate and multiple mutual friends all offered. But he went on a day when he didn't tell anybody he was going. And he came back with a shiny blue car, which was a current year model. And we all just kind of looked at him like, what did you do? And he's like, well, they said that this, and this. And he went over basically, he basically explained to us how he got scammed. Except he was very excited about it because he had not yet realized that he had been scammed. And I'll get to how that works, but basically he bought a new car and traded his old car and its debt against the value of this new car. And his new car payment was $500 instead of $400. So he was paying more than his previous car. Not only that, when they agreed to take on the debt from his old vehicle, you have to remember that they can stop paying at any time and fuck over your credit even more. And guess what they did? They stopped paying for it at some point, so he just had $9,000 in collections, because that's what he still owed on his first car. So, I say all of that to say, if they are willing to give somebody with a young credit profile, like slim credit profile where he's only ever paid for like 2 things and they're not on time and his credit is below 650, if they're willing to approve him for a car loan, what on earth makes you think they wouldn't have approved her? Like, yeah, her credit wasn't good either, but she was in her 50s. Her credit was at least not a slim profile. And even so, I don't think it was that bad. I don't think it was good, but it wasn't as low as his was. And at the time, mine had recovered from what happened to me before things got worse with that roommate situation. So I had better credit than both of them, but there were other reasons why I might not have been an appealing, like, candidate to take on a loan. But even I, like, when I applied for a small loan, which I did repay in like 6 months, which was supposed to help my credit more, I didn't have any issues either. And the only case in which I did have issues was if I was applying for housing, because people do use your credit to discriminate against you for housing. And it's a case of like, well, they want you to make 3 times the rent and have 750 plus credit and have all these other things. And it's like, all right, if I have all these requirements, why would I want to live in your shithole on Meth Avenue? You gotta think about where it is that you are renting and what the actual value of your property is, because you're real, some of y'all, some landlords don't get it. And they'd rather have their shit sitting on the market for literally years at the same garbage price than be making money that pays off the mortgage for whatever. It just boggles my mind how stupid people can be when they're trying to be parasites. Like, you want to have a parasitic relationship with somebody, aka be a landlord, there are ways to do this where you come out at least breaking even when you're not getting what you want. But no. Anyway, my point is that I think she could have been approved for a vehicle, and I don't think it would have been that hard. And if she had only had to pay $500 a month to be able to use a car that belongs to her, on top of whatever the insurance is, which for new cars tends to be higher, but she's also in her 50s, so she's a pre-established good driver without bad things on her record, so they're not going to discriminate against her for that either. At least not heavily. Some insurance companies do charge women more, which is certainly something, but it's just, she got really into her head, I guess, because the person that she was dating slash living with was somebody who probably couldn't have been approved for those things. And he was the kind of person who would lump them in together. And I think being with him made her feel less put together. It made her feel like she was in the same sort of situation he was, and she really wasn't. But, you want an additional layer of context. I paid the most rent when we lived there because, in theory, I had the largest room. And I was okay with that initially because I wasn't the person paying for the utilities. Utilities in Florida were pretty cheap at the time. And our last roommate, the one with the $500 card payment, he paid, so like the total, I paid $350 and he paid $200, but I had to spot him a few times. But he was supposed to be paying $200. And I think his got upped at some point to $275. Anyway, she was only paying about $160. But despite having one room and sharing it with her significant other, she also took over a second bedroom for her dogs. And she basically looked at it like, oh, well, I'm paying the utilities, so me having a second room shouldn't make me have to pay more of the rent. And we were kind of just like, yeah, that's fine, whatever. The amount we're paying is not exorbitant. We do not feel particularly bad about it. It's perfectly fine. And you're doing most of the talking to the landlord, so we don't care. But even then, she would drop the ball on paying for utilities or bills and then have to have me spot her for those or for rent. And then the internet, she actually hid from me for a really long time. She didn't pay for like 7 months. I don't know how you go 7 months not realizing that you're not being shaken down for the exorbitant highway robbery prices that are US internet prices. I don't know how you go not noticing. That's like forgetting to pay your electricity. That's not a cheap expense. You don't suddenly go, oh, I wonder why I have so much more money around now. Maybe I just made more money. Like, that's not something, that's not a conclusion we come to. We go and we look at stuff and we go, did everything get paid? We check our accounts and stuff. Because, like, that's a little too good to be true. But, like, I wasn't making huge money working there. I did work a lot of hours, and my rent was low, but I wasn't making a lot of money. I was making $11 an hour at peak at that job. And then, of course, I was also making extra from working doubles. Like, I was making time and a half for those, but it was unpaid lunches, so I would have to work 3 hours of overtime before I would actually get any overtime pay. So, yeah. Oh my god, yeah. At my next roommate environment, I agreed to pay for the internet, and I let my roommate pay the water and electric. And the main reason why I did that, like if it went above the average, I would pay the difference. Mostly just because, like, even though he was making more money than I was, it was kind of, you get used to having fixed expenses, and I didn't think setting him up with extremely variable expenses right from the get-go was a recipe for success, so I didn't do that. But part of why I chose the internet for myself is so that I could reset it whenever I needed to without any issue, so that I could communicate directly with the ISP over the throttling issues that they were exhibiting with certain websites and whatnot. Oh, it's Flow. Well, it's the version of Flow that plays in Charlian, but also a cover of it. Oh my god, that's funny. Wouldn't they look at the meter though and see that you used water when you weren't supposed to even have water? That feels risky. Depending on if they actually go and audit. Yeah, the night theme. You right. Lately I've had Flow in my head a lot more in the last couple of months compared to before. It comes down to how much the company cares. Because for a while we had a couple meth heads across the street that basically tapped into stealing electricity and water. And no one ever seemed to come out to deal with it. So, When they started stealing my internet, though, and it started to have a detrimental effect, I called the ISP and had them fix it. But it didn't affect our electric bill and water bill, so I didn't care for that year. I accidentally tossed out the wrong keyboard when I was moving out of that place because I was gonna throw out the keyboard that had some dead keys on it. And I accidentally got rid of the one that wasn't problematic. It's fine. I have a much better keyboard now, but like I was kind of upset about it. Like I saw them across the street going through the things that I had set out there, which I mean, I don't have a problem with that. It does feel weird to have somebody going through the things that you tossed, but at the same time, like if someone can make use of it, if it makes them happy or it helps them in some way, it's not like I was doing anything with it. But with that keyboard, I was like, oh shit. So I bought my Rocket keyboard to replace my Corsair board. And currently I'm using a Keychron. But it's just awkward. A lot of things that I had when I lived there did get kind of ruined by at least by my definition, they were ruined because of a bug problem that no one else in the household seemed to want to do anything about. I would be like, hey, stop leaving water in dishes in the sink, please. It takes one short Google search or asking an exterminator, like, hey, how can I limit this problem? For them to be like, oh yeah, so standing water really bad, especially standing water with food in it. That should be a given, right? And they actually like relatively clean places as well. So like, I did get some stuff to put on walls and whatnot to basically deform them so that they can't reproduce, which felt iffy, but it did definitely help. I did have a problem with my power supply dying 3 separate times that year because of the bug problem, which both disgusted and upset me. Currently I have a different case, and I basically meticulously cleaned every piece of my computer later. On top of throwing out my PSU and switching my graphics card because I felt like they could never be completely clean. And to me, they had like a smell to them that didn't seem right. So yeah. Oh, yeah. Yep. I understand. I think a lot of us have experienced what it's like to get behind on like dishes or laundry when we're having a depressive period or just too busy. I don't hold that against anybody. I think that if you have somebody who can help you pick up the slack in the meantime, that's great, but not all of us do. Oh yeah, it is very clean now. Although I do need to dust it soon because of cat hair. Because I don't like for that to build up. Mini fridge. Oh yeah, refrigerators are weird. So when I lived in LA, I had to buy a fridge because my apartment didn't have one. And that was one of the things that I ended up moving with me when I went back to my hometown. And I put it in storage for a while. And then after that, I had it at that house with those roommates. And I put it in my room because there was already a regular fridge. So I was like, oh, I'll just keep my stuff in my fridge in my room, and then only 3 people have to share a fridge, and everybody can have more food. That was my logic. But when that bug problem started to become a thing, it meant that they gravitated towards anything with a plug in the outlet. So even though there were none inside my fridge, there were bugs that were hanging out on the plug for my fridge. So I would repeatedly put like different types of poison there to either make them fuck off or just kill them. And it still bothered me so much that even after I moved to the next place, I couldn't really bring myself to use my fridge because after being unplugged for as long as it was, which I eventually unplugged it at that place as well, after cleaning everything out of it and not having anything in there. It's a kind of smell. Because, like, admittedly, you're supposed to keep a refrigerator plugged in even if you're not using it because it will take on smells. But I couldn't get it out of my head that that smell was related. So I just didn't keep it when I left. And there's times that I've wished I still had it, but I know that I wouldn't have had anywhere to put it when I moved back to California, so it's not like it was that big of a deal. But it would have been really useful to have it when I was in New Hampshire and just have a fridge in the basement. Would have been able to eat a lot more refrigerated food instead of like snack stuff. Oh, yeah. People who hold that stuff as leverage are not well-meaning individuals. The way I see it, like, this was a while ago, but I knew that someone close to me, they had kind of let their room go and it was kind of depressing them, like, significantly exacerbating their depression. So I was just like, do you want me to just come over and clean while you're at work? Like, I can do that. And they were hesitant about accepting my offer, but they did accept my offer and then they did feel a lot better afterwards. And we've not really talked about it since then. It was just a thing that happened. And if they fell behind again and it was upsetting them again, I would probably help them again. And it would be fine. Hello. I think in general, like, there's really nothing wrong with stepping in to help your friends. And I think that sometimes people get hung up on the idea that, oh, well, if I help them, they're gonna get used to my help and then they're gonna take me for granted. And it's just, if you're actually friends, generally no. Most people are embarrassed to ask for help in the first place. And if they're not, then that would be like, you might want to look at why. But not that anybody should be embarrassed, but most of us are. But, like, one of my friends was cleaning a house that hadn't been occupied in a while, and if I still lived in New England, so like close by, I would have volunteered to help, just because cleaning out something that used to be a hoarding house is hard. That is not a one-person job at all. The grinding. It's okay. It's very passive on this class. It's very chill. So some classes in this game become really easy to level after you get Soul Janus leveled up, and others are pretty easy without that. And this one is pretty okay without it. Yeah, it's Bam. The advantage is they recently changed this skill, the altar. It used to be that you could place 4 of them and make like a little pattern to cover a part of the map, but now it's just 1, and you can see it hits really far. So super easy. There's nothing like, there's no planning or thought that has to go into where you put this. It's just you put it somewhere where it hits a lot of stuff, and it replaces a Soul Janus ball for you. Sometimes 2, because if you wanted to cover this map, you would actually need 2 Soul Janus Dawn balls over here to cover this side. So, W change, honestly. Yep, it's Chronos. The other thing is this skill, one I'm about to put up, for Reaper, it used to be like 50% uptime, this thing. So it kills everything, and then the more stuff it kills, the longer its duration. Now it's almost 100% uptime. So you just place your summons and chill. Very easy stuff. But if I were to play some other classes, I would have to be like flash jumping around the map and actively attacking and stuff. Very chill compared to that. I'm very glad that we have almost 100% uptime on this skill now, because having to actively switch between summon gameplay and beating stuff up was kind of... For some people it would have been like, it keeps them awake, For me, I didn't really like it. I like the active leveling pre-260 though. Oh, welcome to Maple. Did you start on heroic or on interactive? You hit a wall with like damage or feeling like you can't kill mobs your level? Or more like feeling like you can't make your character stronger? Oh, Damien. Damien's kind of a jerk. They did improve him in this recent patch, so he doesn't do his flying pattern as much, but he's still pretty rough for some classes. May I ask what class you're playing? Actively attacking unacceptable conditions. Well, fair enough. A super easy time. Oh, that doesn't feel good. I know how that feels. Where like it feels like you should be able to do it, but you're just struggling. Oh, I have an Ilium. Let's see. This is my Ilium right here. 276. So if you have a question about Ilium specifically, I might be able to help. I do enjoy the class quite a bit. But it did change a lot with the 2-minute changes. Because we used to charge our ball by hitting it, and now it just charges over time. You're just feeling like it's tough to stay alive, or just like you're not doing enough damage, or... Duolingo drops. Mostly, yeah. You do still have to use your magic orb occasionally to get your stacks. But that's all. That's all it's there for anymore. That, and if you wanted the other reaction, but it's kind of weird to try to remember to use it like every 4 seconds, so I just use it until I get 10 stacks and then I stop it. The auto mod, oh my god. Oh my god. I'm gonna approve that just so everybody else can laugh. Oh, yeah. We call those min-cut clears, and those are very tough. I did some min-cut clears on my Ilium since my Ilium was on Challenge World, and that meant I had very limited ways to get stronger. So I was like, alright, well some of these I can min-clear, and some of them I cannot. Oh my god, Pierre. Pierre is such a pain in the ass on any character that uses summons. It's so irritating because you'll just be minding your own business, you're smacking him, and then he gives you the hat that heals him, and you're like, okay, fine, I won't hit you anymore, but then your summons heal him to full, or if you play a teleport class that does damage with teleport, you teleport through him once, and then he just heals to full. If you bind him at the split, that's an option. You can also be dead, like you're a ghosty when he assigns the hat. A lot of it is just do enough damage to ignore his little mechanics, but nobody starts from there. Yeah, I feel that. I have some mules that if I was gonna use them to do CRA for money, I would skip Pierre, honestly. That's really taste. Oh, I assume you mean tasty. Oh, citrus sounds good. I've heard really good things about Zero lately. They've been really up the last couple of patches. They have a pretty unique playstyle too. A couple of Zero mains in my guild are a little bit unhappy with some changes in the 2-minute update, but their class is still overall doing pretty well. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's fair. It tastes. Yes. The Legion block. That's fair. It's a good Legion block. I'm what you would call basically a Legion main. Because a lot of what I do is I just level characters for like Legion blocks and other stuff. Whereas my main, you can see my main isn't even my highest level character. That would be my Ilium. But Legion, scroll through here. I've thought about doing something with Zero before, but my Zero is pretty low level. Well, I say low. It's 200, but there it is. I made it back when we didn't have as much access to better gear and stuff, so I don't know if I would remake it. But yeah. I would say for Zero. So hear me out. So we're getting Hyper Burning Beyond with 1+1 up to 270, right? But a certain number of weeks, I think it's 10 weeks, into the update, we'll also get a Hyper Burning coupon, just like we did with the first Challenge World. And with that coupon, you can Hyper Burn a second character. So you have a choice. You could use it on a second character in Challenge World to increase how much money you make there, and it might help you with cubing and starring a little bit more. Or you can use it on a character that's already on Chronos. And one of the advantages to Challenge World is your dailies are separate. So I could do dailies on my Ilium in Challenge World, and then if I felt like it, I could also do dailies on my Battle Mage on Chronos. I don't recommend trying to do that every day. I think that's how people burn out. But for some people, they don't mind. Yes. As long as they don't change anything about that update from KMS, we should be able to burn Len. Should be able to either use the coupon on her or to set her as hyper burning with the 1+1. So it's up to you which one you want to use. I think a lot of people are going to do that with Len, and I don't blame them. She gets really good rewards that are unique to Len. So I'm pretty sure that I saw in those rewards a 30-day vac pet, which is very useful. I'm a little split for myself. I'm debating. So there's a part of me that wants to use the 260 Hyperburn coupon on Len and get all her rewards that way. But it's 10 weeks into the event. So some of them might not be active anymore by then. And if I did that, then I could 1+1 something that's maybe a little easier to boss on. Not that Len is difficult, but in the opinion of KMS players, her final damage is a little on the low end. But the gap between lowest and highest is not as big as it used to be. So that's not saying as much as it used to be. It used to be that if you were at the very bottom of the damage chart, that unless your class had a lot of really nice advantages to it, you were just unfortunate until whenever you would get a buff. But for now, having like 3 to 5% less damage than the median is enough to put you at the bottom of the chart for KMS. So now more than ever, those charts are not good for determining what you want to play. So I wouldn't worry too much about Lynn's damage, honestly. I might worry about there being exclusively Lynn's everywhere in terms of finding a bossing party, but I don't really think that's that bad either. I think her aesthetic is really cool, and I think people are gonna have fun with her even if her damage isn't the highest. And I do think that KMS will eventually buff her because of her popularity anyways. Wild Hunter, well, as a new player, I don't know how much of this you've heard, but there was a Cygnus Knights revamp. And it was so poorly received by the KMS player base that the KMS team said, okay, we're not going to do full faction revamps like this anymore. Right when the Resistance revamp was supposed to happen. So Resistance has not meaningfully changed since like 2013. They've gotten quality of life changes, but they haven't done like a full remaster or rework or anything. So there are people who are on the fence where they're like, well, we kind of want to get it, but also what if they change the classes into things we don't enjoy? So unfortunately, Wild Hunter is the biggest victim, like the biggest casualty of that revamp not happening. Mechanic is above it a little bit because they provide the party with 10% FD. But the other resistance classes are okay. But that's partly why we dunk on poor Wild Hunter. That and that they turned the buffs that Wild Hunter provides into a potion. Because there weren't enough people playing the class. Gee, I wonder why people aren't playing the class. Granted, I used to have a Wild Hunter in my bossing party, and he was the nicest person, but eventually he got tired of just having to work so much harder to do the same things, basically. He put a lot of effort into his gear, more than I put into mine, but yeah. It's a feels bad man moment, because usually by like 2 years or so, even classes that were down generally get at least some kind of W, but that didn't happen for Wild Hunter. That is true. Picking your class based on link skill availability is definitely a thing you can do, and something I did to help myself out in the first challenge world was, since you're not supposed to be able to use link skills, you can't really benefit from this, but you can benefit from this. And this is just, you level up a Cygnus Knight character of whatever job you want, and you get it to level 200, which should be really easy with the little Terra Burn coupons that you get for your alts in Challenge World. And then you do a couple of quests to get it from level 24 to level 30. But even if you didn't do the quests, you still get 24 attack and magic attack out of it. And it is just free. It's just free damage. So if you think about it, Hayato and Cygnus Knight link skills, which are the ones that give flat attack and magic attack, don't even give 30. So it's just something there to take advantage of. There's a lot of other ways to gain damage from passive sources, like the Will of the Alliance quest gives you a dinky little skill like this. It's not huge, but free is free, yeah. Being somebody that plays around Legion a lot, I think in terms of how I can get lots of free damage a lot of the time. So my approach may not be the same as some other players, but I don't think there's really a wrong way to approach it. There are definitely going to be people who are more comfortable grinding to like 285. Personally, I think 280 is doable. 285, they're probably gonna cut our Challenge World time short again. So I think outside of people who use the XP coupons and other resources very effectively, that's going to be a hard goal. Something I did notice from looking at the numbers for Challenge World 2 is that in CW1, if you did grind to 280, which was the highest that you would get points for, you wouldn't have to kill any C10 bosses or Hard Luwil except for Hard Lucid. everything else, you would have to kill hard Lomian, and you would have to kill slime, like normal slime. But you wouldn't have to fight Chaos Slime or Chaos Gloom. You wouldn't have to fight Hard Will and so on to get the 40k points. However, for... Oh my god, get off my computer, Jack. Get off. Get off. Get off. No, I'm not letting you sneak by. Oh my god. It scares me when he does that. I always think he's gonna hit my power button, and sometimes he does. Mad cat. Shandy loves you even though you're a butthole. He has been informed. Right, so looking at the numbers for CW2, assuming nothing changes, it's gonna be kind of hard to tell how high you have to go into the bosses, even if you hit 285. I think that if you want the max, like, rewards, that's gonna probably require at least doing Saren. Which I can't even do Saren. Like, I've never practiced Saren, and I've never practiced Black Mage. So, for me, I don't think it's very practical for me to aim for the Challenger Season 2 medal, like the top one. But I think I can probably get the Master medal, and the Master medal looks really nice, actually. So, I'll probably be aiming for that. I could learn to do Saren, I guess. But I just have never tried. I haven't tried that or BM. I'm right around, like, the bare minimum of what people would consider acceptable, rather, for partying for BM. I would say it's pretty good that we're getting an update for level 3 link skills, though. And that might help some people out. Shameless how. A Damien carry? Yeah. Normal or hard? Normal? I probably have a character that can do normal a bit slower so that it's easier to get the 5%. I don't mind though. It ain't like I'm busy. Maybe my Shadower. Although I'm a little out of practice using it. Because my BAM just kind of deletes it. So it would be harder for you to get the loot. Yeah, that's usually what I would do. That's also why I don't use my BAM for that kind of thing, because its teleport does damage and then that just makes it unnecessarily confusing. Fair enough. I haven't actually done it on my Sia in a while. I recently got Hex Array and I haven't used it on anything. Which is like, oh, oh, that's funny. I have exclusive spell. Some Ilium near me used the buff 35 minutes ago. Oh, wait, no, like an hour ago. Oopsie. I can tell time. Does drop rate do anything at Damien? It does. So the little boxes that can drop in hard mode, those have a fixed drop rate from my understanding. Same with arcane boxes. So those are not affected, but Pitched and Ruin Force Shield, do. Like, those are affected by it, and coins are also affected by it. So for Absolab, there's two ways you can get it. The first way is doing hard and getting a box, which is RNG, of course. And the other way is a bit less RNG, which is killing normal or hard and then using the coins plus the weeklies. That's usually what I do. Back in the day before the 5% update, we just said fuck it and took like 5 friends because the boxes and coins are all instanced. So it wouldn't really hurt anybody. Yeah, I understand. I tried to help somebody with that the other day, one of my friends, and he really, really struggled. And even then, it just didn't feel like it was enough, no matter what. Oh, here's my shadow. Oh, I killed enough things for this. I see. Okay. Shadower. My shadower is not like strong, but it should be good enough for this. Oh yeah, that should be fine. Yeah, for some classes that's enough, and for others, like with Damien especially, because he can just avoid your damage by flying up at an inconvenient time. Yeah. Let me see. Sync. Oh, my combat power went down because I changed to my bossing preset. I have some extra points. I'm just gonna do that, I guess. Honestly, I feel like doing pilgrims is not too bad solo, damage-wise. The first thing I did was hop in there with no Aether Pool and do the first 10 floors. But then I've been doing pilgrims on warrior, so warrior is kind of like easy mode, if I'm being completely fair. Although the first solo was a black mage, apparently, so make of that what you will. Hello! Let's see. I remember what my buttons are. It's been a while. Do I have a skill sequence for this character? No, I don't. I should make one. Honestly, so you gotta kill the ads. I 100% died the first time I got to floor 10 because I didn't kill the ads. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I know a better idea. Let me switch to this. My Wind Archer is not strong, but let me double check something on it. It does have a sequence though. Nope. Although it does show you a different colored dot if you hit 10%, which helps you to kind of see like how far ahead you are. Look around between my characters right quick. Ooh. I need to do my 6th job quest on this character at some point. My Lin could probably do it. And that does increase drop rate by a little tiny bit. Apparently I have reward points on this character. This would be scuffed, but I should be able to do it. Aw. I think that's fair. The game has changed a lot. I take long breaks and then I come back and it feels like everything is new again sometimes. And sometimes it really is all new again. But I think a lot of both new and returning players are out and about doing things now that Challenge World happened and we got the 2-minute update. This should be good. not surviving on Sia, just because this isn't a class I've practiced using very much, but I do want to kind of explore using it as a potential boss wheel at some point. So, this would work. Oh, no! I have a few 260s, but... Oh, gosh. Although 210 is really important now. I am on channel 14. They are adding level 3 versions of every link skill, so even the links that used to stop at 120 are gonna stop at 210. So... there is a benefit to getting them leveled up. Hello, hello. Oh, I like that hair. It looks familiar. Oh, this character's not in a guild, actually. Let me be ridiculous for a second. I know they want to prove me in time, but... That's actually a really good CP for pre-260 these days. Like, that's genuinely pretty good. That's about where my BAM is sitting, which was neglected at 260 for quite a while. That. I think that's it. I'm ready whenever. Yeah, I don't think that's bad. I think that currently it's kind of a good spot to be in because of the monster park changes that are upcoming. So right now, with Monster Park, you can get % bonus from the event. And it's one of the most efficient ways to level in the first place, so it's pretty good. Whee! Oh no, I'm trapped in fire. I'm just not gonna hit it until you do about 7%, just to be on the safe side. Oh yeah, Monster Park's really good. Right now, it scales up to 255 or 259 for EXP. And in the winter update, it'll go up to where we can do Monster Park up to 270. Oh, they changed the quest too. It's a lot easier to get the Monster Park quest than it used to be. They reduced the requirements by a lot. But yeah, it's worth doing, I would say, especially on events. I can show you how much it gives, actually, because I'll do it on my battle mage shortly. Oh, if you're in a town, there's a new little drop-down menu below the mini-map. If you click that, Monster Park should be the first option. And it's the third door that you want for your level range. Okay, that should be more than enough. Shine, spam all that. Come here, you jerk. Oh, you didn't get bound. Get bound, loser. Do that. Oh god, I almost got murdered. Stupid Sia. I can't see shit. That's to be expected. Alright, Demon Yan. Come here, you. Yep, it's way, way less. It's so much better. Yeah, exactly. I ended up claiming it on some characters that I gave up on getting it on because of that. Ooh, they let you have multiple Antares after 6. That's kind of cool. Come here, Damien Yan. Oh, of course he goes up there right when I do my, thing. What a jerk. Typical Damien behavior. I got yeeted. Oh, I play on Chronos, but there was a server merge for interactive in the most recent patch. I don't remember exactly what got merged with what, but a lot of people were hoping they would do that to make the auction house better and stuff. Make things feel like they're more interactive. Yeah, I think it's just Scania and Bara after the changes. Sir, if you could come down here. Oh my god. Whatever. Dying faster. Okay, I'm gonna do that. Oh, you scallywag. My, burst missed. Well, my bind missed, rather. Okay, you should be phasing now. Oliver, stop licking your lips at me. You stay away from my keyboard. Gatito! Okay, he has been thoroughly distracted. He's gonna dash. Smort iframe. I love Ilium's iframe so much. I enjoyed having the ability to party iframe. I stood slightly off center. Of course. As soon as he comes down, I mini burst. This man and his blue balls. Trying to make it everybody else's problem. Oh, oopsie. It's a dive. Should have enough space here. Oh, I do not. Oh. What a guy. I can't see shit. Fair enough. I still think it's a little bit funny how low her damage feels off burst. Even though it's really not bad. Okay, now he's down. Okay, this time he's bound. No thug behavior this time. Okay, him die. Item pouch. And then rebuff. Bap, 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 bap. Oh, my Sia did not get lucky with coins. Hopefully you at least got something to get an item. Feel free to pick up anything you want to, even if it's not instance, though. And it's not gonna bother me. Okay. Go collect the instance crap, and we're good. No problem. We all start somewhere. 81 mil. It does give less on I don't remember if it gives less on interactive, actually. 3 isn't bad. So for Absolabbies, you can get your shoulder and your weapon through Damien. And you get your glove, cape, and boot through Lotus. And you can technically also get your weapon that way too. So technically you only need at least 2 Damien coins. So it just depends. Depends on what you're using. You using CRA? I would go for the weapon. It depends. Do you have like a total of 3 coins just from the ones from now? If that's the case, I would probably... do weapon. Yeah, weapon is 5 and then armor is 2. So you need a total of 7 coins if you want to go through Damien for the weapon. Between that and shoulder. Because in my experience, Lotus is the more stingy one. Which sucks, because, yeah. Oh, yeah. You have to select which area. That's true. Let's switch over here and do monster perk right quick. You got glove already from Lotus. That's good. Glove is a really important early upgrade. Because you can cube a glove for crit damage. So, for Challenger World, for example, in Season 2, you would want to try to get the arcane weapon and a glove for the set bonus. And the rest is kind of just bonus. Because it's pretty hard to replace the Challenger gear while you still have it. But you can replace those 2 pieces pretty much guilt-free. Because arcanes are just that strong. But they are expensive to improve, so... Right, duh. Forgot to do that. Okay, we switch. So... Abso is in a tricky spot with Challenger gear. Because the Challenger gear basically is Abso. So, Absolabis are equivalent to Challenger gear, but if you do item burning and you get it all the way maxed, then it's going to be equivalent to 19 stars Absolabis. So the normal stopping point for most people when they're starring something is like 17 to 18, because it used to be that you couldn't safeguard past 17, but now you can safeguard to 18, so it depends. And the Challenger gear only gives you 2 lines for the potentials instead of 3. So in theory, yes, Absolab gear could be competitive with Challenger gear, but you're investing quite a bit of mesos into making it equivalent. So it's more like you fall back on that. You fall back on Absolab pieces when it's going to expire if you didn't get any arcanes. As for arcanes being level 200 makes them really expensive to Starforce in particular. So there are people who 21-star Absolabis, and they do that on even their like Legion champion mules. The ones that they're gonna go kill Saren and Kalos on. So there are people who make it work. They 21-star them eventually, which is roughly equivalent to 19-star arcanes for less price. Eventually though, if you wanted to push the character beyond that point, you probably would want to get arcanes. So it just depends on how far you're gonna go. And for weapons, since liberating is so much more accessible now, you just don't take any weapon past like 17. Because when you liberate, you're gonna get a 22-star weapon out of it, and then you're gonna have to flame that new weapon and cube it. So basically invest, but don't invest too much. So if I look at my weapon, for example, it's just 17 stars, but it does have a tier 6 magic attack, and I think that's like tier 5 boss damage, flame, and then 3 useful lines. So that's kind of where you start, is you just try to get 3 useful lines, and then you start fishing for like 2 lines of attack or magic attack instead, and that kind of thing. But I wouldn't overly invest into the arcane weapon past 17 stars just because liberation is there, and it gives you a lot of damage and an iframe. So. And yes, there is technically gear that is better than Arcane Umbra now. It is called Eternals, and it comes from these bosses down here. Telling, Limbo, Ball Baldrix. I think Kalos might also be related, but that's that's basically a stage of the game I'm not at. You get items, like little tokens from killing the bosses, dependent upon what difficulty you do, and then you can trade those tokens to acquire the Eternal gear. And Eternals replace your CRA. So, finally, basically an upgrade for these. So, it's more like you use the arcanes with the Eternals, but the stats on them are really strong. So unlike with this, where you don't invest heavily into the weapon because you're going to replace it with a liberated weapon, these you are okay to invest in, just be mindful of the price. So like using a tool from Math Bros website, for example, to gauge how many cubes you would need to get X thing, or in the case of interactive, kind of gauging the price tag on stuff. So in interactive, for example, you can buy Eternals, and you can buy them before actually having access to those bosses. So realistically speaking, I think it would make a person's life a lot easier to facilitate buying those however they want to, and then go from there. But KMS got something a while back where you can cube for mesos on interactive/reg server. And we still don't know what that's going to look like for global, or if we're going to get it at all. So the winter update and the MapleCon information we should get at the end of the month should have some more information in that about what interactive is going to look like moving forward. Yeah, they tend to be pretty worth... Like, crit damage is just a really good stat. I've seen some people with 3 lines crit damage. They're crazy. No. I used to live in LA, but... even if I still lived in LA, I don't know if I would go. It's not that I hate conventions per se, but I'm not the biggest people person. Like, not even in a bad way. It's just, I'm immunocompromised, and usually going to, like, conventions, you tend to get, like, a cold, or, like, the flu or something. We call it, like, con flu. So, given that I already have, like, bronchitis and pneumonia, I'm like, I'm not gonna do that. Ugh, Long Beach doesn't have good transportation. Like, real talk. They need a proper train and a proper bus that connects to everything else. And I don't think they've fixed that problem. But also, like... Oh yeah, it's too close to Orange. Yes they are. I have them maxed on a couple of characters because they've made it a lot easier to do. My experience living in LA is that, much as with other major cities, if you don't really bother people, they tend to not bother you. So it's not really like I walk around telling strangers, hey, I'm queer and autistic. I'm not gonna do that. That's not a safe thing to do anywhere. But given the way that things have been this year, I especially wouldn't do that. But my experience of living in K-Town was pretty good overall. The Lachlan symbol? That's Grey Mask. So Grey Mask is like here. Or here, somewhere? Yeah, here. The map that's labeled Hideout. And then if you want to do the weekly thingy, which they changed, it's not Dream Defender anymore. That's located here on the main street. You just talk to Flopsy all the way on the right.
You can accept them all at once by using this menu. You just go here and you check off like the things that you want to do. And then you'll have a little button here to just teleport you to where you want to go. Very helpful. Really, really good. And it used to be a button over here, but now you have to either hotkey it. So down here it would be called planner. I'm not very good at spotting these. Oh, I have it on a hotkey apparently. 7. It's just called planner and it's gold. But for me, what I did, as soon as they took that button away over here, I actually did this instead and hit edit, and you can drag the planner down here. And personally, I prefer this. So just like play around with what you can do with the quick menu and put what you actually find useful to you here. But yeah, I found that to be helpful. Good night, Zoom. Thank you for hanging out. And the commiseration over Jobberinos. If you can call it that. I don't think we complained that much. No problem, it's a really good menu. That was a wonderful quality of life when they introduced it. It is so good. And it's per character. So this menu here, you can set this menu to be the same on all your characters if you want to, which is super good. But this menu is per character, so you can pick like what bosses you actually care about doing and what dailies and weeklies you care about. There is a daily and a weekly. So if you remember the daily planner button. Here. It is under adventure. But if you want to, you put like edit here and then you can just drag it here down to the bottom and save it and it's just there. Yup. If you want a hotkey for it, it looks like this. It's just yellow. Which doesn't make it any easier to find, but at least they color coded them now. But, so, weeklies, right. So things like Hungry Mudo, which used to be dailies that you could do, are now weekly, and they give you more symbols. So if I were to go do Hungry Mudo right now, I would only have to do it once because of my level, and then I can turn it in for free 2 more times. It gives you 120 symbols, and then if you did dailies every day, with them being fully buffed, so like after you do Reverse City and Yum Yum Island, the first 2 start giving 20, and then all the other ones just give 20 by default. That's 140 symbols a week. So that's more symbols per week than we used to be able to get. So now it takes about 3 months to max out arcane symbols. It's just, that's how it is. Sacred Force I think takes about 9 months to max out a symbol, which we do get events which help with that, but worst case scenario it would take like 9 or 10 months, which is still less than old arcanes. Old arcane symbols used to take 2 years at their worst, so. So what I would do is in here, there's a shop. These symbols right here. You get 5 per arcane symbol selector that you buy, and you can buy 500 of them. So you could probably finish your arcane symbols by just doing that if you wanted to. It is the champion double up event. Any of the 3 characters here can access that shop, and all the purchasables are per character. So if I bought out the symbols on this character and used them all on Sacreds, I could still buy out all of the symbols on this character as well and use them on Arcanes if I wanted to. Which is what I did, I think. Oh my god. Oh, that was a weird stretch. Kinda?
You select a main character, and that character kills monsters, and then you get points on these other characters that's the same as the kills. So you see these are identical numbers. And then when you log on to them, I can just show you because I haven't used them. When you log on to the character, you can spend their coins, and you can also go in here and use these. And they work like EXP voucher tickets. So you just do that, and oh look, a bunch of experience. It's a pretty nice event, to be fair. The shop is pretty okay. It's a lot of experience. But, of course you would have to kill a lot of enemies to make that work. Oh, that's the worst. You can change at least one of the baby characters to being the leader, and that might help, but yeah. The EXP rewards are not the best. I know I just showed a huge chunk of EXP happening, but there will be another one probably at the end of winter if I had to guess, because this is a pretty popular event. But event rings are pretty easy to get from elsewhere, so don't worry too much about it. The free node stones were cool, but there were only 200 of them, and these days from burning you actually get a lot more than that, so no sweat here. These actually helped quite a bit, but we are getting better at getting more EXP node stones in our rewards. These fragments are just important for 6th job, and any source of them is good. Jump on any source of them, basically. And this would be really helpful somewhere like Challenge World, but you don't really need to work hard for them in normal servers on either interactive or on reboot, as long as you're willing to go grind a little bit, or if you're patient with dailies. Magpot is just, it's a magpot. Like, they're fine. Honestly, using any kind of event at your disposal to get Mercedes out of the way is a very valid strategy. I also don't enjoy leveling Mercedes, so that's fair. The rest of the shop is like, it's okay. You're not missing too much. This event was 2 months long, but they didn't give us access to all of the rewards until more recently. Because there's a second part of the event, this. And if you kill these bosses on multiple characters, which, interestingly, you can do it on whatever characters you want. They don't have to be your champions, which I don't know if that's really even communicated properly, but that's a thing. This is another place where you can buy symbols. I think it's just 100 of them, but these are sacred symbols, so yeah. I know the feeling. I saw this and I was like, oh yeah, I can do hard lotus, that's fine. And then I saw a death count of 2 and I was like, I could get good, maybe. And then I saw the final damage minus 50% and I was like, I don't want to do that. It's I don't care if I can. I don't want to do that. And technically, my characters are strong enough to do this. I should logically be able to kill Vihilla hard, but I suck at Vihilla, and I don't want to do that, so I'm not gonna do that. But anyway, if you have a character that can kill normal Lotus, you can use your coins to buy these VIP boosters every day, and that's pretty helpful. These VIP buff selectors are also pretty helpful, but we currently get 2 free ones per day from Baldrix because of the people that killed Baldrix already. So they're really helpful for bossing, in my opinion, because they just give you free stats that stack with everything else, but outside of that, they're not really that big of a deal. All the flames, cubes, circulators, honor, all that can be gotten from other places as well, so it's not like this isn't a crazy good shop. It's just more stuff. And then here, these are considered to be very good. And these are kind of not super worth it, plus you can only buy 20, but, you know, for the people who are gonna kill all the Supreme Challenges, sure, why not? We do love free stuff. There was a lot more free stuff during the previous events, but the update in November should give us a bunch of free shit. Oh boy, we love free shit. So much free stuff. But yeah, just overall, this menu, I mean, 30 free node stones for EXP node stones is becoming the norm. That's really useful. This shop for these coins is really lackluster for reboot, for heroic. Usually our shop does just have the interactive rewards pulled out, and it's fine. We're just like, whatever, we're used to it. But this is the shortest that list has ever been. Depends on what you want out of the class. If you want its level 3 link skill, 210. It's just more EXP. And then if you want the cooldown block, I would passively get it to 250 at some point with like free potions and stuff, unless you like the class. So I would just park it at 210. That's my personal, like that's where mine is. The one thing to take note of in this shop though is these tickets. They refresh every week. This is a great way to get a bunch of your characters to 210. That's valid. We don't exactly know, but it's very possible that we get Lynn for November 12th, which is the part 1 of the winter update. If it's not until part 2, then it'll probably be like a month later. So, sometime between November 12th and December 12th. Provided our updates are on time, which they should be. Nice. How long are you going for? I used to live in Japan, but I've only ever visited Korea. Ooh, nice. Very nice. You doing like touristy things, visiting family, just vibing? Yeah. Let's see. Fair enough. Being somebody that lived there, I'm of the opinion that you really can't experience much in just like a single trip. Even if it was like 2 to 4 weeks, there's still so much more to experience. I lived there for 2 years, and there's still parts of Tokyo that are just, even though I lived there, I just didn't experience them. And I could have, but it would take so much thinking outside of expectations to even have it like occur to me to have searched. And then of course Tokyo is like the most sanitized, I guess, version of Japan that you can experience. So I didn't get to travel outside of it as much as I would have liked to. I did go to Hokkaido some, and I did go to Osaka, and I had fun both times. I would have really liked to spend more time in Kyoto, but that just didn't happen. Partly because my work hours were kind of crap. You know, one would expect in Japan. I was a teacher, but I also wrote curriculum, so I had to teach my classes, but then I also had to write curriculum materials for other people to teach their classes, so I didn't have that much time off. But even in what one would consider to be the smaller cities, the convenience is pretty high. I had to get used to there not being as much convenience when I came back to the US. It was indeed non-jet.
I traveled and moved because I was under the status of forces agreement, and then I took over someone else's teaching contract later. So I lived there for 2 years, but I only worked for like 1.5. I'm gonna do arcanes quickly on Lynn. Yoink. Basically, they were PCSing, and I was like, I will take your job. And they were like, oh, that sounds perfect. Let me introduce you to my boss. And I got lucky. And of course, on their end, they didn't have to do any visa paperwork because I was already there. So they were quite happy with it. This is an example of a planner in action for what it's worth. You just hit start all, and it skips all the dialogue if you have more than one thing here. Very nice. If you only have one thing there, though, you will sit through the dialogue, and that's kind of ass. Just putting that out there. Oh, that's right. I was gonna claim that damage skin on this character. Let's see. Give me that damage skin. Oh god, yeah. Most people did work on base in that area as well, but it was more of a choice because they were being kind of weenie. Oh, you've missed out on so much free stuff. That's no big deal, though. There's no reason to FOMO over it. Honestly, doing it 7 times per week might be more chill for some people. There are definitely people who don't do it every day. It's expensive now. So it used to cost a lot less. It used to cost about 30, and then they increased it to like 35 for no reason, and then 42, and now it's 70. So if I want to do Monster Park on a mule, I just do a boss on it and pay for it that way. I remember what I was gonna do now. Damage skins. Okay. Do that. And then go here. Oh my god. Okay, there. Oh, I'm gonna die. I agree. I hate Monster Park on Ilium. Did you ever macro your ball and javelin for boring grinding purposes? Because I'll tell you, you shouldn't do that for a boss, but you can do it for Monster Park, and it definitely helps. Hey, show. I'm not gonna do Monster Park, but I'll show you what I mean. And Ilium, by all rights, is even more chill for leveling than my BAM is, so... the degree to which Monster Park is not chill feels a lot more egregious. But, yeah, this is my leveling one, so... I think it's this map for Ilium. Just use this one. And just place my portals. And oopsie. Drop that up there. Okay. So I'm used to the Ilium thing of ball, hit every time. But if you do set them together, you see how fast it moves? So if you're only killing monsters one time, like Monster Park, the repeat speed doesn't matter, right? So it just makes stuff easier. And it's just a regular crappy macro. You just put javelin in front of ball because you want the javelin to already hit it while you're moving it, so that if you do drag it during a reaction, the reaction just hits everything. So like you do that and then that, except now it's a more automatic process.
And yeah, this is why I said Ilium's very chill. Because your reactions get bigger in 6th job and then you just do this. This is very straightforward. Bossing, in my opinion, takes some getting used to on Ilium, but I wouldn't call it the hardest thing. It's just very different from other classes. Kind of like Mihail, where sometimes it just takes practice. And then that practice doesn't necessarily translate to other classes very well. Because Ilium, you know, you can fly, and that really changes more than you would expect. And then, for Mihail, you can parry, and that changes how you play too. Because then you sometimes let a boss do things you would try to avoid on another class, so that you can parry it and have your iframes and your bonus attack and everything. I don't either, but I'll admit certain bosses that are supposed to be easier on Ilium, like Vihila, I don't really find that much easier. Damien is annoying. I did min clear hard Damien on Challenge World with this character when it was still progressing. And I will say I don't want to ever min clear that boss again. Granted, this was before they changed him in the 2-minute patch. So before they changed Ilium and before they nerfed Damien a little bit by making it so his balls disappear when you bind. That's a funny sentence without context. And making it so that he doesn't do his flying pattern as often. But for Ilium, that's not that big a change because you can avoid the balls by going above them. And you can also you can also burst when he goes into the air. And he can't really do anything to interrupt you, so it's usually the better strategy anyways. In KMS, yes. In Global, the 2-minute changes were not what I would call a nerf. They made it less complex to play, but there is also some FD gain as well because we spend so much more time in wings now than we did before. And they didn't significantly enough nerf wings for that to be not a gain. However, in the most recent KMS change, it's gonna be kinda, yeah. They did, but they also decreased all the cooldowns on stuff, and they made it so that you don't have to maintain 100% uptime to be able to charge your crystal. So like before, you know, you have your ball, you alternate, but in addition to having to alternate, if you had to like dodge a boss or whatever, you might miss a cast. So you would charge less. So you could play 3-wing, 3-minute Ilium, you could play 2-minute, 2-wing Ilium, you could play 3-minute, 2-wing Ilium, you could play 3-minute, 4-wing Ilium. So there were all these different possible scenarios based on how well you charged your crystal, and that just doesn't exist anymore. So for the people who were getting maximum potential damage out of 3-minute 4-wing Ilium, they might feel like it's a nerf, just because there's less flexibility, but it's a lot easier for you to do 100% of your damage. As for the iframe, they decreased its cooldown from 3 minutes to 2 minutes, so having it stay 10 seconds probably felt a little too much, I guess. That one I would say is a nerf though, because being able to have a 10-second iframe affects what you can dodge with it, and they did kind of compensate that with, if you look at, oh my god, my brain. No, my thought just disappeared. Oh well. Sick brain. No problem. It's kind of how I view most gaming communities. Like, you should always want there to be new players, because that's what keeps the game alive. Besides, sometimes it's just interesting to hear people's perspectives, too. Oh, right. Okay, I remembered now. They did kind of fix it so that when you're doing Ilium's laser, or Kane's laser, that you can't be hit by a bunch of status effects that basically completely negate your burst, which for Dark now is really helpful, in my opinion. But oh no, I don't have. Oh, so close. Give me the 7-day. Okay. Oh yeah, that's actually something new too. You can do what I just did on Reg server as well. They made it so that you can, from the world map, buy a teleport rock on any character. And you can teleport for free once every 5 minutes without buying a teleport rock. And the price is mesos, even if you're on reg servers. So, nice quality of life there. That's fair. The perks for the current MVP stuff are kind of being hotly debated amongst players because they did just change them. But in my opinion, the bigger problem is that, at least with heroic servers, there's not really enough for a person to buy to sit on like MVP red or black for an extended period. Because like there's enough for you to do it for like 1 or 2 periods, but I feel like after you've bought a certain amount, all that's left is like the surprise style boxes and Gamba and stuff. So they haven't been giving us a lot to spend on. But it's a little different in Reg because certain items are monetized in Reg that are not monetized in Reboot. And they keep doing the CAMS thing where they just like rotate certain outfits and hairs and stuff in. And at this point, they could just leave it and give us non-randomized royal tickets, and I think they'd probably make more money. There's also a couple of other things you can technically spend on in Reg, like improving your rewards for High Mountain. I don't know if anybody actually does that, though, because my sentiment that I picked up on the last time I talked to Reg players about it was that a lot of people didn't see a point in doing High Mountain or Epic Dungeons in general. And honestly, when I saw the base rewards for Reg, I kind of agreed. With Reboot / Heroic, it's a little different because we cannot trade our fragments. So you can't just move them from one character to another. You kind of have to do the dailies / weeklies or grind to get them. Except for the occasional event, and until pretty recently, they only gave us Soul Urda energy and not fragments. So, yeah. I like the Shangri-La maps. I think they're fun. The watercolor art in the background is very chill. We were talking about this not that long ago in Guild, but of course some of the maps are like pretty gloomy because they're like dripping with sludge because of story reasons, but I kind of hope that the Kana rework they're working on is very ink brushy in style, based on what they showed. It probably is, but maybe it's not. Either way, I hope. I hope it's very pretty. But yeah, I think the current debating that people are doing over the new MVP is they're generally kind of sad that bronze doesn't have multi-tier anymore. And they're kind of sad that being able to do 3 cubes at once, which would be considered quality of life, is tied to MVP. And then for how difficult it is to spend enough to essentially be spending 3K every 3 months to maintain MVP Black. People are kind of split over like whether those rewards feel fair or whether they feel kind of wrong, I guess. Which when you're dealing with that amount of money, I get it. But it's like you get some time every week in the equivalent of the Lux Sauna. But it's not a huge amount of time. It's significant, but it's not huge. And a lot of EXP tickets and stuff, but I feel like there were a lot of other ways for them to monetize that. And I could see how somebody spending 3K would feel like they're not really getting their money's worth, while people who spend nothing feel like it's kind of weird seeing 290 characters who just Lux Sauna'd their way there. I kind of get both sides of it. But it's like... it doesn't personally affect me, so I'm not really that invested in it. I do think that the recent Color Prism stuff was kind of wild, though. If I'm honest. And then them taking, like, over a week to fix buying MP tickets. That was also pretty bad. Let's see. Jack, why must you destroy the box in which you sleep? I thought you liked that box. Don't yell at me. Oh, it's another 14 song. Anyway. Did I already buy my tickets? No. I'm still kind of getting used to the new UI. Every now and then I go looking for something in the wrong place. I also kind of feel like labeling this with an M is a little confusing, because maple points might also be something someone would think of first. But, you know, whatever. A lot of people have expressed that they do not like this new UI, and I kinda get it. I'm just glad that the window doesn't try to resize itself every time I go into the cash shop or log in. Because I'm pretty sure that was one of the reasons people used to get disconnected pretty randomly. Which, you know. Oh yeah. I guess I should have interacted with that other menu first. Okay, that is indeed my... so... they do exist. They're not super common anymore. And the main source of them was changed at some point, Amoria PQ. Next month, though, we are getting another potion that's like Saram's Elixir and the Door Potion.
Well, I think next month. But it might be a later part of the same update series. But anyway, KMS added a new pot that's 100 weapon attack and 100 magic attack, so literally an onyx apple. And you just buy it and use it the same way that you would use Serum's elixir. It doesn't stack with an onyx apple, but yeah. And then we used to have dimensional cheese as well, which was also a really significant boost. But I haven't seen one of those in a long time. I don't even know if those still exist. But that was related to the old CWK. So the apples themselves and their little 5-minute duration, I wouldn't worry too much about it. It's not really reasonable to obtain them anymore. But what they used to be able to accomplish, we should be getting a 15-minute plot version of it that you can buy for 2 mil pretty soon. I don't like playing classes like BAM in here either, for what it's worth, Monster Park. Because a lot of my abilities are summons, and it's like, okay, yeah, I could put that here, sure. But then nothing respawns, so what was the point? I could have just hit them with something else. I am grateful that even after all this time, Monster Park is once per character per world. Doing it twice across Challenger World and like your normal servers is already pretty uncomfortable. But I'm not a Monster Park enjoyer, so. There. You stop yelling at me. The winter update does expand it to include Grandis, though. And we have seen the EXP value too. Limina, which is what I just did, gives 15.5 million. Cernium gives 37 million, so it's already more than double. I don't remember exactly how much the next one after that does. I think it's 40-something million. And then the last, the Odium one, I think gives 50. So, more than 3 times what I'm currently getting, because this character is 270. Which is gonna be pretty nice. There's a few different ways to use Monster Park after a certain point. But currently, it wouldn't be a bad idea to use it on characters that are stuck in the 250s. Some people will probably want to start using Monster Park on level 260 boss mules other than their main. So like, getting them to 265 or 270 via dailies, basically, to make them a stronger mule. I might do that, but I don't know. Okay. I probably have like an hour until then. That is a really common sentiment. A lot of people want it to change from 1 entry to being as many entries as it takes before you kill it. And I think that would be a really good change. But seeing as it's not KMS content,
They just, for whatever reason, even back when they revamped it to work a bit differently, they still didn't fix that, and it's kind of a bummer if I'm being honest. Especially because it's kind of a trolly boss that lags and stuff to begin with. So it's like, when you're still progressing at a point where it's tough to solo, it just feels bad to lose your run to something that feels stupid and out of your control. Ooh, progress shandy. Progress. Jack, stop yelling at me. Rude cat. What class did you try it on? 25%. You did have a drink. You did have a special drink, I suppose. Fair enough. Was Scholar. I haven't looked too much at how the healers perform in the new Deep Dungeon, but I did notice when I looked at the solo rankings that Astro, there was somebody who had already gotten to like floor 70 on Astro on Dynamis. And I was like, that's pretty good. Astro used to be the most, that was the poster child for Don't Bother for specific classes for Deep Dungeon. So that's a pretty big difference. It is. I would say the mobs being less spongy is very helpful for that compared to EO. Some of the new buffs and some of the new pomanders help as well. Item pot? They're literally... Okay, so when you say item pot, do you mean the thing that's called item pot here? Or do you mean... Okay, yeah. So they're literally removing that from the game in winter. And we can't use it in heroic. So it doesn't really matter. It's basically a thing where on interactive servers you grind and you feed it stuff and it can give you rewards. I literally don't even remember what it can give because I haven't done anything on an interactive server in many years now. But I do remember it feeling like a waste of inventory space, so I don't think we're missing much. Oh yeah, I love the fast. The fast is my favorite. Amnon hasn't gotten to experience the fast yet, because when we were running him through, we got him to floor 50 and we didn't get fast a single time. It was so sad. We kept getting the Mom Bomb one, which I had never gotten before that. So they can say those runs aren't seeded all they want to, but I'm gonna say they continue to feel pretty seeded to me. Mmm. I made it to floor 50 with 2 different friend groups, and now I can't do anything because I have both files full. It would help if they increased the number of files, honestly. We should have more by now. If you're grinding? Ah. So it depends. That's basically dead as a concept. So, in Grandis, you actually can't party with people. It's one of those little bits of dialogue that's tucked in there when they're explaining the instanced map stuff for the first time. But instanced maps mean that you can't really party with people, and they're expanding those instanced maps to where everything from level 60 and up is instanced. So eventually, party play in the grinding sense is just not gonna really exist. Yeah. It's kind of something that people have been critical of in GMS for a while because the KMS player base doesn't really want to party for things. And that's led to several changes being made that affect the party experience, whereas in Global, people like partying for bosses and they like partying for progression, and some of them were hopeful that with the instance system you would be able to party with people just to make it a little bit more social. But that is not what we got. Now that we have Go West, it's kind of hard to say, but I don't think we'll get any infrastructural changes that change it so dramatically that suddenly party play would be back on the table. Unless maybe we get, like, a new area that doesn't exist in KMS again, which we used to have areas like that, so hard to say whether they'll bring them back or not. I will be right back. I must feed my gremlin cat because he's very loud and annoying. I'll be right back. Okie dokie, I am back. The beast has been satiated. Although he's reminded me that I am also a little bit hungry. Thank you. I am basically waiting for it to be like around midnight. And then I'm maybe gonna go to In-N-Out or something. Which means I have an hour. Let's see. This character still has bosses to do. I was going to do quick dailies on a couple characters. Yes. They only have like 5 items. I got this question the other day, actually. I think currently I want a double-double with lettuce and tomato and no cheese. Because it feels weird to get cheese if you're doing the tomato and lettuce together. Although there's a part of me that kind of wants to get it as a lettuce wrap. Isn't that called like protein style? That would be pretty good. And then fries. But yeah, you can order things protein style. You can order the fries animal style. You can also order the fries with just the sauce, so they don't put the cheese. And you can order a grilled cheese from them too. Although I feel like the lettuce wrap works better at Five Guys, but the lettuce is fresher at In-N-Out. So it's like, hmm, pros and cons. But then you look at In-N-Out and you got enough food to feed 2 people for $20, and then you look at the cost of Five Guys and you spend $20 to feed you. Go to Five Guys and get fries. Their fries are good. And for some reason, their ketchup is also pretty good. Like, their ketchup tastes different. You know what I mean? Kind of like how ketchup packets and ketchup bottles tend to taste a little different, too. I don't know, man. It's a little bit different. Oh, it's Favor. That's a good song. And Walker had some good songs. They do still do the peanuts. Something else they will do. This is my hear me out. Do you like peanut butter chocolate things? Because instead of just asking them to make you a peanut butter chocolate milkshake, you can ask them to make you a peanut butter fudge milkshake. Which ends up being way more chocolatey and a bit less sweet, but it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Basically, yes. And usually the worker will look at you like, I have never thought of trying that. And then they do it. And then they're like, oh god, I'm doing this for myself later. And then go get Five Guys. Of course. Oh, there was a joke, like, the lowest hanging fruit joke in the world, in a town that I used to live in, because the Five Guys was next to the In-N-Out. So it was just Five Guys In-N-Out. It wasn't in a good part of town either. So, like, across the street, there was a strip club. There was also a McDonald's over there somewhere, and it's like, alright, but who's going to McDonald's when both of these places are right here? If you want cheap, In-N-Out is here. If you want food that's slightly better, but also price gouges you, they've already got that covered. You don't have to go to McDonald's for the exorbitant McDonald's prices when Five Guys is right there. True. They close at, like, midnight in some places, but in my experience, most of them close at 10. Which is unfortunate. I'm still debating if I want to turn this character into a boss meal or not. It's very pink. It's pretty easy to play, though. Ugh, the Five Guys fries. When you watch them give you a scoop in your fry carton, and then you watch them grab another scoop and just dump it in the bag, and then you see them look at how many fries they have left, and they go, huh, that's not enough for another person, and then they just give you all the rest of the frickin' fries. Sometimes they'll make eye contact with you while they do it, and they'll just keep putting fries as long as you're looking at them. They're good, though. They're good fries. It's funny how we have so many different French fry experiences at different places, but they all kind of hit a little bit different, so the craving is different, too. Like, if I'm craving Burger King fries, don't give me McDonald's fries. That's different. Although, my favorite fries are waffle fries. So there's not that many places that do those, and I don't eat Chick-fil-A. So that's one less place. But their food is also kind of just mediocre to begin with. So I don't feel like I'm missing a whole lot. But Dickie's has really good waffle fries. If you're desperate, Carl's Jr. has okay ones. Oh, the nacho fries. They are the same kind of fry. Yeah. With like it being seasoned before they fry it. Honestly, I'm pretty happy with the saucy nugs at Wendy's, and I think that was a good move. During COVID, they started selling biscuits and gravy, at least in my hometown, as like a regional item for $2. And I was like, hell yeah, brother, I'm gonna go to fucking Wendy's on my way to work and get $2 biscuit and gravy. It was like okay tier. Like, it wasn't amazing, but it was $2. Of course. They give you an entire fucking tray if you order their 50 nuggets, though. McDonald's has a couple of things that I sometimes crave. Like, the McDonald's McNugget is still different from every other nugget. Because they have, like, that kind of golden, sort of sweet breading on them. Which makes them taste uniquely terrible if they're, like, soggy. But is it not soggy? They're really good. What I miss is McDonald's used to have this hand-tossed barbecue chicken tender. They would put 4, but they would put so much barbecue sauce in there that it was ridiculous, and you could dip your fries in it. That was such a good menu item. I don't know why they haven't brought that back. It was so good. Probably because it was real food. Probably because it was real food. Like, let's be honest. What I've seen lately from McDonald's, though, people are pretty unhappy with them bringing menu items back and kind of half-assing them, so I can't really say I'm bothered by it. Like, real talk, I'll get the nuggets and fries occasionally, and it's like, alright. This is fine. I don't really need any of their other menu items. Oh wait, I lied. There is one other menu item. The McGriddle. The McGriddle is not fully replicated at any other restaurant. And it is really good. I'm very high food. 100%. True. Like, I don't want anything stringy in my McDonald's food. That's not supposed to happen. Oh my god. 60 nuggets is too many nuggets. I couldn't do that. I used to eat... Like, I used to be able to eat, like, a larger portion size when I was a kid. I think most of us could, but I don't think I could have done 60. I think there's times where I did eat 40, though. But also, there are times where I'll eat McDonald's and then not feel great afterwards, so that's fair. Like, even with a normal portion. That's true! It is literally sinning against every ingredient in that McGriddle, but it is good. I think actually some convenience stores basically sell a McGriddle. Like, already assembled. And then you just ask them to microwave it for you. Hear me out, though. The 7-Eleven pizza, you probably won't feel good after you eat it, but it is cheap. It is so cheap. Costco pizza doesn't really make me feel great after eating it either, but it's pretty greasy, to be fair. It doesn't. Hello, Cinnamon. How are you today? The dubious hot roller taquitos. Damn it. Okay, so they had this brief limited time item at Circle K that I didn't know was going to be limited time, and honestly even the workers didn't realize it was going to be limited time, so I didn't think to eat more. Basically, it was called a ghost pepper, like, hamburger sausage. Like, it was a hot dog made out of ground beef and spicy. And it was such a freaking simple concept, but it was so good. They also had spicy ketchup at the time, too. It was just like, oh, yes. It was very good. Hot sausage pizza is a thing. Personally, sausage on pizza tends to make me feel indigestion afterwards. Even though I don't usually have trigger foods for my acid reflux disease. Usually it's dependent on how fast I eat. But like Papa Murphy's with double meat is a recipe for disaster for, I think, even people who don't have acid reflux disease. So, I mean, at this point, they sell Bulldog at like every grocery store. What do I need to go to 7-Eleven and pay them convenience store prices for? Although, I don't like the regular Bulldog all that much. I can eat it, but I don't like it. I prefer the, I prefer the carbonara one, and the rosé one is pretty good too. They're two different kinds of spicy, but I consider them both to be enjoyable. They also have different noodles between them. Curry, you say? That's funny how it looped itself back to MapleStory music eventually. Sounds like a linear. For the record, anybody who hasn't seen the carbonara flavored Bulldog, it is not actually carbonara. It is genuinely nothing like carbonara. It is a lie. It does taste good, but it is a lie. I don't really even know why they call it that. It's good though. They do still have cheese. There's a cheese one and then there's a 4X cheese one. They just call it queso, I think. How long is the zero story? It depends. Do you want chapter 2 so that you can acquire your glorious freedom, or do you want to complete the whole thing? Because there's 8 chapters to that. Personally, what I would do is I would get it to chapter 2, and then I would just progress it occasionally when I feel like it, and eventually complete it. 4X cheese. Yeah, you do eventually want to complete the whole thing because you're gonna want the coins and stuff to be able to reroll stuff on your weapon, because Zero's weapon works differently. So you'd probably want to be completing the story, probably, like, you don't really need to do it before, like, 255 or 260. And if you waited that long to do it, it'll go by a lot faster because those little maps that you have to go through to do basically Monster Park for the Zero story get a lot easier if you just one-shot everything. But if you just want to get it to a playable state and to be able to do whatever you want with it and try it out and see if you like it, I would just do chapter 2 for now and revisit it later. As for how long it takes, I can log on to my Zero and see how many quests that is after these 2 arcane symbol zones. These maps are not instanced yet, so I am being polite. There we go. I think it's like 8 quests per chapter, though, at the worst. And, of course, you don't have to read them. you can just mash. Although in winter they did say that we're getting a job quest skip, and I have no idea how that's gonna interact with Zero. So, I don't know. Might get better. Might not change at all. I doubt it would get worse. Okay, choo-choo done. Go here. Oh. What a painful hiccup. That's true. So, for the people who aren't familiar, job quests in this game might go like these are more like little storylines for your character that you choose. So, like, this is an angelic buster, so it would have unique quests that are about how she becomes angelic buster. They tend to be done by like level 40 though. A couple of them have continued quests that keep going and you kill a couple bosses for additional story stuff. Zero is special. So, Zero, you have a quest line that basically is supposed to get you to level 200. But it was designed at a time when getting to level 200 was something that took a lot longer. So it feels a little ass to do them. Like, it's not the worst thing in the world, but it feels outdated, for sure. Okay. Story. You get a separate button and you have this whole thing. So my Zero, I have apparently done up to halfway through chapter 5. If I'm being honest, if you're just gonna sit there and do them while you watch Netflix or something, it doesn't take that long. So there's 5 for chapter 1 and another 5 for chapter 2. I would say you could probably do this in 1 or 2 hours. As for after that, 5 quests again, 5 quests again, 5 quests again, 5 again. Some of these are like multi-step quests, so they're not actually as short as they look, but... And you eventually get this quest at like 180. So, technically speaking, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world to just do them as you get them, but in my opinion, it's easier to use like a mega burn or something, and then have your Zero basically be strong enough to one-shot the mobs in the little instant story sections, and they'll go by a lot faster, especially because Zero, before they have more of their skills, is a little clunky. Once you get their skills though, it's an incredibly fluid class. They fly. Not in the Ilium sense, but they really fly around in terms of like their skills ping-ponging them around, and movement feels really good to master on Zero. But yeah, I wouldn't consider either of these to be like super duper long. If you were to read everything that there is to potentially read, I think it would still take you only like 2 hours. But it depends on what kind of reader you are. The Zero story mostly fleshes out Will as a character, but I think Grandis Library has a summary, probably, for that, so it's not like you necessarily miss out on much by skipping it and then reading it, because it would just be reading it in-game versus reading it on a website when you have free time and you're bored. Because it's not like the story presentation is particularly novel in Maple. experience. Anyway. Yeah. It used to be that the Zero quests also had a bunch of optional ones that were tucked in there, and I think they removed those, so that shortens it by a bit too. Don't really want to do symbol dailies on those characters. I do want to do them on this one, and probably this for Cernia. Okay. At some point I need to just commit to logging in on all my characters with that little website open that has all the skill sequences on it. Because there's somebody who went into like every class Discord for Maple and got the skill sequences and then put them all into a single website. Which, honestly, very convenient. And they did it like in such a way that they joined so rapidly to different ones that they probably could have gotten themselves banned off of Discord, and then they realized after the fact and they were like, oops. Some class Discords are a little bit more locked down than others too. So it's not like that information is the easiest to get, especially when there's like 51 classes or something. We got a lot. Oh, that's right. I have a 100% uptime summon on this class. This class, after they revamped it to be more about spice, would have been a really good choice for the Starry Night damage skin. Especially because they have such purpley skills later. There's something that's easy to forget to do on this class too. If you cut the sun, you do damage. Everything was dead, so it didn't matter. But it's just flashy. After the 2-minute changes, I actually think that Urda Nova is better than most class binds too. Zero is a really big exception because they have one of, if not the best bind in the whole game. With Sia's bind and Kana's bind also still being better than the Urda Nova bind. But like, class bind on Dawn Warrior? Who cares? Supposedly, if you do enough damage during it, it extends its duration, but it takes doing so much damage that it's not really feasible. If there's any boss where you could do that to extend its duration significantly, you would probably have killed it by the time that that the bind wears off anyways. I think, and this is kind of an odd thing to say, I recognize that it's a little bit of an odd thing to say, but Personally, I think that Battle Mage and Mihail and Dawn Warrior are not so different. Although Mihail's primary similarity to Bam basically got changed in this 2-minute update because Bam's battle rage was changed. So it's really more so Dawn Warrior and Battle Mage now. Battle Mage doesn't have a class iframe, while technically speaking Dawn Warrior does, but they're both backloaded burst classes. They both have a burst related skill that changes their main damage skill to be a bigger main damage skill for an extended period, which Mihail technically does as well. And they are both classes that give a little bit of party FD. Their movement is completely different, but I think that somebody coming from one to the other would have an easier time getting used to the backloaded burst aspect. Which is kind of funny, because people call this class a crayon eater, but they don't say that about Bam. I think that's because Bam is just not as popular of a class, and so a lot of people just don't have an opinion on it. Other than that it looks cool, which I would agree. It's a pretty unique looking class. I would say its effects probably feel a little bit outdated, but they don't look bad, especially since the 2013 revamp gave us the cute little cat reaper that follows you around. Which, interestingly, is not a toggle from what I recall. I mean, it's a toggle in the sense that you can toggle off the effect altogether, but you can't just, like, toggle off the appearance. Which is just kind of funny. Let's see. Person's name is Jibunwo. Jibunwo. Fucking colors. Low. Let's see. What was the last thing I was gonna do? I'll probably accept my EXP on this character. You met one of those guys? Oh, one of the members of Flow? Cool. From my understanding, their shows are pretty, like, friendly, if that makes sense. So I would imagine that in person in general, they tend to be pretty chill. I'm a little sad that when I was living in Japan, I didn't think to go see Maximum the Hormone. Because I didn't realize they don't really do international shows anymore. But they do a lot of shows locally. I didn't think about it. Now I regret. Oh, that's funny. I unintentionally did meet some famous people when I lived in Japan, but in a lot of those cases, I didn't necessarily know who they were at the time. Oh. Almost 254. That's nice. Can get that very passively, like tomorrow, by doing more champion burning kills. I did that. I didn't do that. I did that. Not gonna do that. I did that. I'm not gonna do that. Not gonna do that. I did that, but I didn't do the 3k or a daily, and I'm not going to. So that leaves this. I don't do dailies on this many characters all the time. Just there are times where I feel like it, so I do. And I realize if I was more consistent about it, I would have more boss mules that are beyond Lomian, but eh. In my personal opinion, I don't really want to stress myself out. Oh, I forgot about regular symbol dailies. Oh, there's 16. I see. Well, it wouldn't hurt anything to do them. I haven't really done anything on my Sia since the end of the previous events. Oh wow, Ray is actually really big now. I don't even know which one would be better for leveling now, because it's... wow, it's big. Is that a raindrop flower? Oh, that's Mulong. I was like, why does that sound so familiar? Oh, it's kind of not bad using Ray to level. Because they have about the same amount of range. I think you would just want to make sure you have your lizard. And then since 6th job Antares is the way that it is, that seems pretty good. People were complaining about Sia's 6th job leveling experience, and I get it. It's kind of boring, but I don't think it's that bad. Since you only get the fragments for one class from the 3K daily, I don't really do it on any other characters. It's kind of the most tedious, and I think that's the one that burns people out the most if they try to do it on multiple characters or try to do it on characters on more than one server. In my opinion. Because it's not something you can really do incidentally or accidentally either. You kind of have to just consciously do it. And it takes like 20 minutes, which... I mean, that's not so bad, but when you consider that doing like mobile game dailies takes like 30 seconds on some of them, and you consider that that's not the only daily there is, it's like... if you weren't really in the mood to grind, it also doesn't feel that great to do them. I do want to probably get Absolabis and finish this character's symbols though, the arcane symbols. Just because it does have such a strong burst and it is such an easy class to play. Admittedly, before they fixed her MP, I wouldn't have said that she's easy to survive on, but now that she has normal mage MP, there's not really a downside. She used to have 20k MP at this level, instead of 53. It's still a little low compared to some other mage classes, but that was so low that, like, you could just die to, flat damage being unfortunate for you because of how Magic Guard works. You still need to have enough HP to survive 10%. Or 5% on some mages. But if you took like 95% damage to HP and 5% to MP because you didn't have enough MP, That just didn't feel good with that low of MP. Oh, it's Aqua Road. Strawberry angle. I wouldn't say that's a bad idea. If you're gonna be doing, Challenger World and get all those Legion potions, you could use them on some of the more annoying to level classes, but in my opinion, since you have to do the zero story anyway, using the strawberry tickets on it is a better idea than the Legion pot, in my opinion. That's fair, honestly. The leveling experience on literally every resistance job has gotten worse as of the 2-minute update. For pre-260, of course. Post-260, I would say BEM is eating. I think that leveling on Wild Hunter actually isn't that bad, but then you have to play Wild Hunter. So, same issue with mechanic. Xenon's skills feel a little outdated. They're not like super bad, but my problem with Xenon is that the skill ranges are out of date. So the primary mobbing skill is the one that looks like a little UFO. But if you're flash jumping around, your flash jump at your peak jump height makes it so that if the mobs are too short, your mobbing attack doesn't hit them. I feel like every single class that has that problem should have had that addressed years ago. But here we are. I especially think mechanic is ugly, if I'm being honest. But I don't like mechanic and I don't like Wild Hunter, so obviously I'm biased. Although the Wild Hunter Legion block is pretty good. You can get that passively. You don't have to play that actively for that. And you can take your time with it too, because it's not like the resistant link skill is super important now that we have skill sequence. Hmm? Do you know what it does? Oh, math. I don't know. The first couple of quests are Zero being like kind of brainwashed. So I think pretty much everything they ask Zero at that point, or Beta's the girl, Alpha's the boy. Everything they ask Alpha is intended to be a distraction. I'm pretty sure. But it has been a while. There are a lot of text box interactions in the Zero story from what I remember though. Like more than usual at least. am so glad that they made it so that you only have to kill 100 mobs after 245, I think. I think that's when it goes down to 100 for all of them. It used to be that you still had to get 250 for reducing the number of times you have to do every weekly if you're somebody that does them. And I think that's still true. But I don't remember if it's 245 or 250 to go down to 100 kills for each daily, but it feels much better. Especially if you just rush a character to like 250 with event stuff and then you start doing the dailies / weeklies. Feels a lot less demanding. I was thinking about doing the 310s because I didn't do those on a character yet, so they still give EXPs. But like, how much do I actually care about leveling my Sia? I don't know. I don't know. I could do them on Shadower. That might actually level it. That's funny. This is the music for Lake of Oblivion, which is this area. Not planned. I think that all the areas in Arcane River have pretty good music overall. I feel like Grandis is hit and miss by comparison. The old login music? No, it's Lith. There's a very popular remix of this song that was a part of MapleStory 2. And then MapleStory 2 died. Oops. Progress is progress, I suppose. Back onto this character and do a couple bosses. Okay. That was this one that I wanted to get rid of some stuff. Ah, Dominator Pendant. Oh, it's the crappy one. The one that can't go above unique. That's a little bit better. Do I not have any int ones? No. Bad luck. Change familiars. Change that. What else? Use one of these for the heck of it. It's just free stats. 15% IED and 15% boss. The 15 all stat and 15 attack isn't bad either. G skill.
think that's most of it. I'm not gonna do every boss, but I am gonna get some money. One stupid cheeky thing that Bam can do is, if you stand in this boss cannot kill you. Not that it matters, because it's gonna die real fast. But like, if you were worried about getting hit by these little blue clocks and stuff, you can put that skill on the bottom, and it literally cannot kill you. Oh, that's funny. So in that regard, as a class that's just kind of a low boss mule, Bam's not too bad. But I wouldn't really recommend it as a C10 boss mule. Not for any particular reason, just there's easier, I suppose. Choo-choo music. I'm so glad they're removing these monster maps from CRA soon. It's super annoying to have to like look and pay attention to see if you actually killed everything or not as you go by. Sometimes there's a dude in a corner. Die, Pierre. Are you kidding me, sir? How funny. Okay, if I'm dead, he can't give me a hat. Pierre is a really hard one to carry. Because if you try to stagger killing him, it kind of just doesn't always work out. And then he can heal, so technically 5% isn't really 5%. I have other characters, though. The next time that I'm playing Maple on stream, that's a possibility. This character, I'm currently recubing for my last 2 pieces of drop gear. So that's the only reason I'm doing my bosses. Ordinarily, I would either do it on reset day or slack off until the day before reset day. Oopsie. I find Chaos Queen to actually be the easiest one usually of those bosses. Vellum I like mechanically, but he has a higher IED requirement. That's the only reason I don't consider Vellum to be the same in terms of difficulty. For Von Bon, there are certain classes that get very, like, stuck in place when they use their abilities. And it makes it kind of awkward. But if you're, like, min clearing, I feel like Von Bon is less tolerant of mistakes. Von Bon and Pierre both. One of the more vindicating things to do, though, after you get 6th job on any character is to kill slime, because, you know, you have to do his tests and stuff normally, but 6th job, put down a couple skills, that, and that.
more slime. As compared to doing that on a Challenger World character for the item burning, huge difference. You don't even have to do his test. Now, if I did Chaos, I would have to do the test. But I don't do Chaos, because Chaos, I would be at min clear for it. And I don't really want to fight slime for 30 minutes. I'm already gonna have to do that again in Challenger World 2. Spare me. And I have the ring, so I don't feel compelled to do that. Blessing and a curse, of course, for a lot of mage classes is that for some of them, the best in slot secondary is a shield. So you don't have to do Princess No. Unless it's for, like, Anna's treasure. I should have time to do Sea Gloom and Dark now. But I did just use Origin, so I need to wait for them to come back up. Or for it to come back up. I probably have enough time to do those. And then it'll be time to go get food. And then I'll deal with Luwil and Lomian later. Whoa. This boss used to be so much more annoying. I think he is still really annoying when you're, like, trying to min clear him because of all the knockbacks. He's just annoying. Knockbacks and DR. Nobody likes damage reflect. Nobody. There are some classes that can remove it. Phantom can remove it. The Explorer Warriors and Mihail should have Magic Crash, which should still remove it. That's also, I guess, a consideration. Like, people made Bowmaster for Season 1 Challenge World because Bowmaster is unethically easy to play after skill sequence. It does a lot of damage for being very easy to play. But there are classes that have, like, specific perks that let them ignore certain boss mechanics. Technically speaking, Ilium is kind of one of them, but it depends on the boss. It is a summon class. A summon class and a DPM class. Definitely has its advantages and disadvantages. I would say BM feels a lot better with a fleshed out Legion, especially because Vicious Shot turns excess crit rate into crit damage. But when it's your first character, you don't have a lot of resources of additional crit damage. Like, this is free, but when you're brand new to the game, you don't have that. And then you also don't have the full grid at your disposal either. So there's a lot of free stats you miss out on. Which, people talk about how important Legion is for Explorer mages because of buff duration, but I don't really hear people talk about that for archers. I don't think they need it the same way that Explorer mages did, but I think it makes a really big difference. I want my origin. Give it back. That's another thing we're getting in winter is cooldown reset when entering boss rooms. Ooh. So practicing bosses is gonna get a lot easier because you won't have to wait for your cooldowns first. But also playing a boss mule like Night Lord, where all your damage is your burst, and off burst you're a wet paper bag. In theory it should be a buff to those boss mules because they won't have to wait in between bosses anymore. Very good W quality of life change that I wish we had already gotten, but you know, whatever. Better late than never. We should be hearing very soon what the Star Force changes are gonna look like at the MapleCon stuff, so I think that's like the last week of the month. It's in the second half of the month. It's like a week and a half from now? I know I saw a fucking ad for it the other day and I was like, well, that's weird. Program schedule. Just click this. It should tell me. October 25th. Ew, Long Beach. Ew. The apartments there are cheaper. But at what cost? What cost? Okay, my cooldowns are done. Yay! I'm gonna do normal. Put all those down. That. As far as like pure damage origins go, the BAM one is very satisfying. I will admit. I would never make a boss mule of this class under 260. Would not recommend it. Because your Hexa increases your skill range, and before that, BAM has some of the lowest range, like distance-wise, of any class in the game. Oh no! That's a really unfortunate pattern. If I teleported, I would have gotten hit by the blue thingy, and if I didn't teleport, I was gonna get hit by the slash. That's fucking rude, Dark now. Both of those attacks suck. There's really only one big rule of thumb for this boss. You just stay behind him, for the most part. Behind him and relatively close. If he's against the wall like this, you might have to up jump / float to avoid his attacks, but when he's more towards the center, you just stand kind of where his sword is, his sword tip, like this, and you don't really get hit. If you do get hit by that blue thing, which is spawned by the Mage Elite Knight, it just does repeat damage to you and it hurts real bad. I only have 2 characters that are technically strong enough to do stuff like that, so... Strictly speaking, I should have the damage for hard, but... Hard Dark Mill is... There's just a lot going on the screen. I won't have time for Sea Gloom. Oh, I didn't use serums or the door pot. I'm gonna do it anyway. I'm just gonna send a message first, I think. Oh, right. While I was in this menu, I meant to purchase one of each of those. Okie dokie. As far as bosses go, I actually like Sea Gloom quite a bit. Or just Gloom in general. I think it's an interesting boss. The nature of only being able to hit it some of the time is kind of annoying. But it's a little less annoying after the 2-minute changes. But I don't know why. I always like this boss's design. Oh, that's interesting. So, they put out an announcement acknowledging that Kana's skills are effed up after the most recent maintenance, which what most people believe happened is they screwed it up because they copy-pasted some stuff from Taiwan MS. And TMS has a bit different balance for the Sengoku classes compared to Global. So, they have copy-pasted code from C before, Maple C. I didn't know they did that for TMS, but they did. I think they did that for Jianghu, which is Moshuan and Lin, but in the process they messed up Kana. And we have no idea whether those changes are intentional or not, because they hadn't said anything about it. So now we know, I guess, that they were not intentional. Refresh that. Refresh those. And pop those. And that's still active, so. 40 mil. Okay, good enough. For a lot of people, they would consider it easier to do Vihila or to do Hard Dark now over Sea Gloom. That's not my personal experience, but it is somewhat class dependent. There are some classes that really struggle with the fact that you can't really hit this boss for more than about 20 seconds at a time. But I tend to be of the mindset that BAM is a bit privileged with this boss, and you might see what I mean. Mostly due to the way that BAM's teleport works. Oh wow, I ate both of those. Although, I haven't been doing the Chaos version for that long, so I do sometimes make mistakes. Sometimes I have a clean run with no deaths, and other times I have like 2 or 3 deaths. I don't think I've failed it in a while, but it could happen. Missing that. Go ahead and do this. I'm noticing that I'm lagging a bit with my origin, which is a little unfortunate. That might be due to OBS. That doesn't usually happen, but should be fine. It's not like I get to use my origin many times here anyways. I get to use it like 3 times tops. Oh, I shouldn't have teleported there. My bad. Should have mini burst, maybe? Yeah, I do. I forget to use my will skill so often. Oops. It's like level 21 now, so I really have no excuse. Like, it is a substantial amount of damage, I'm sure. Because it is level 21. Darkness. Ooh. That's gonna hit me. Yep. Okay. Kind of unfortunate for that darkness, but it went okay. Ew! This chord progression is in like so many songs. Kakariko. I'm a dummy. I think I expected it to skip it and it didn't. But I also just might not have been paying attention. Okay, that's slightly misaligned. This is gonna be a weird one where I push it into, like... double open, maybe. It's such a long boss sometimes. Just because it depends on how your bursts line up with, the open when the boss is able to be hit. This should be double open. Ooh, into darkness, you say? Questionable. That's what I get for not watching the bar. Spooky. Oh, I walked up too far. Yeah, my origin actually comes up after this open. Which is pretty unfortunate. So that could have been a big burst, but instead it's just like, okay. This is a pretty good example of why, like, a C10 mule might not be for everyone. Because my character is around the strength of a C10 mule, and this is how long your runs would be. I'm gonna do kind of a subpar burst here. I'll probably redo this run. Just because it's basically past time for me to meet up for food. Yeah, this is gonna take me like another 10 minutes with how that burst aligned. That's fine. I'll redo it later when I do Luwil. Anyway, I don't want to make people wait longer than necessary, so I'm going to go ahead and head down for food. Thanks for hanging out, y'all, and I will see some of you later. It's very possible that I do a Sea of Stars session sometime this weekend, and then probably sometime next week I play something like Maple or 14 or something to solo stream for a bit. Anyways, that's pretty much it. Doodaloo. Bye bye. Till next time.